Grace Kia from Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, the CEO of War Against Rabies Foundation. And right beside me is...
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Chief Leosani. I'm a member of the War Against Rabies Foundation, and I'm the co-anchor for this program. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Theophilus. So he's going to be helping me to anchor this meeting this morning. We're all welcome. Before we continue, I will ask us to please rise and in a prayer mode, sing our national anthem. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Nigeria, we healthy, our own genetic land. No tribe and no river, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace our honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
All say amen. Thank you very much. Can you have your seat, please? Thank you. Next, we're going to receive the opening remark from the Vice Chancellor of Justum Benue State.
Good morning.
Can we have the
Distinguished stakeholders, esteemed sponsors, and valued collaborators? It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this symposium on bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria. Your presence here today demonstrates a shared commitment to addressing one of the most complex challenges at the interface of biodiversity, conservation, and public health. At our university, we are proud of the significant strides we have made in this area. Our College of Veterinary Medicine has spearheaded extensive research on viral zoonoses transmitted by bats, including rabies and other Lassa viruses, contributing valuable insights into the epidemiology and control of these diseases. Meanwhile, the College of Forestry Sciences has led pioneering work on the conservation of bat habitats, highlighting their essential roles in pollination, seed dispersal, and ecosystem balance. These works have advanced our understanding of bat ecology and the factors influencing the emergence of zoonotic diseases from these important yet often misunderstood animals. This symposium offers us a unique opportunity to bring together diverse perspectives from researchers, policymakers, conservationists, and health professionals to build bridges between science and policy and to foster collaborations that will enhance both bat conservation and public health efforts in Nigeria. Let us use this platform to exchange knowledge, forge new partnerships, and chart a path forward that ensures both the protection of our bat populations and the safety of our communities. Thank you once again for joining us, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Isaac Nathaniel Itodo, the Vice Chancellor of Justum, Benue State. And so, you guys, I mean, I want to just make us feel a little bit free. We're looking too serious. Don't worry, I'm going to follow the protocol. But can you just look at the next person beside you and just say, hi, welcome to Bat Conservation and Zoonoses in Nigeria Symposium. Thank you for obeying me. All right. So, Your Excellencies, here ably represented, Honorable Ministers, the Conservator General, ably represented, esteemed speakers, fellow researchers, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today with deep gratitude and unwavering commitment as we convene for the Safe Human, Safe Bats Initiative Symposium on bats conservation and zoonosis in Nigeria. Together as leaders in science, policy, and conservation, we share a profound responsibility to safeguard biodiversity while protecting public health. I have researched on bat-borne viruses and bacteria with many colleagues across the world. And from the study, we've shed light on the presence of coronaviruses, rotaviruses, lyssaviruses, Bartonella, bacteria, etc. in bats. Through science-driven conservation, we can mitigate risk while maintaining the critical ecological roles bats play in pollination, seed dispersal, and insect control. We shall hear more on this as the meeting goes on. This symposium is more than a gathering, it is a call for action. We must unite as scientists, health professionals, policymakers, and conservationists to work collaboratively, not competitively, and develop sustainable strategies for the future. I encourage each of you to engage actively in today's discussions, as your insights will help shape groundbreaking researches, impactful policies, and meaningful partnerships. Thank you for your dedication to this vital mission, and I look forward to the thought-provoking conversations, innovative solutions, and transformative actions that will emerge from this symposium. Let us work together to ensure a future where humans and bats thrive safely. You will be hearing more of this as we go on, because that is our key impact point. That's our key take home. We're also going to ensure after this workshop, we're going to take home that there should be responsible and harmonious living together, if you may say, of both the humans and bats and wildlife generally. So thank you so much for coming, and we're sorry that you have been kept to wait so long before this meeting started. We have had problems. So many of us had problems getting here because of traffic, and it's a very busy year. So we're going to have some people, the other invitees come in because they also have to go between meetings today. Some have to go to another workshop before coming here. And so we'll be patient with them, but we have to continue with what we have to do here. So thank you very much for coming. And so can I have Dr. Theophilus come and help me? Because we're going to do introductions. Yeah. So Dr. Theophilus, I will introduce a few and then you do, yeah. So before I go on with the introduction, I have another apology. With us are the National Park Service staff. National Park Service has been part of the planning of this workshop. We have visited them, I think, twice. Yesterday we were with the Conservator General, and we had a wonderful time with him and his staff. And this morning, it was so sad to find out that the National Park Service is actually missing in our program. I'm telling you, I am so sorry. So please, Conservator General, sir, we are very sorry. Please pardon us for this mistake. It was not intended. You know how much we treasure your work. And so please, we accept our apology, the Conservator General representative and the staff, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Theophilus.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, once again. For our guests today, we have the Minister of Health, who is unavoidably absent, but he has sent a representative who is still on our way coming. Okay, so the next we have is the Minister of Livestock Development, who is ably represented by Dr. George Zwaka. Please, can we celebrate him?
Sir, you can move to the front, please. Thank you.
Okay, so the next we have is the Conservator General, Dr. Ibrahim Musa Goni, represented by the Assistant Conservator General, O.C. Oladipo. Please, can we celebrate him while he takes his seat in front?
Welcome, sir.
Then we have the Conservator of Parks, Danjuma Magaji. I don't know if there's a title to that. I'm sorry, but take your seat in front. Can we celebrate him as he does that?
Please. You're welcome, sir.
Then we also have the Conservator of Parks, Vincent George. Please, let's celebrate him as he takes seat in front. We have the Deputy Conservator of Parks, Newton James. Please, can we celebrate him too? Okay. Then we have our keynote speaker for today. Okay, so I think I'll leave this to Dr. Grace.
Okay. You know, it's a lady affair right now, so don't be jealous, guys. Okay, so I have the singular honor to welcome Dr. Iroro Tanshi, the co-founder of SmartCon and the CEO of SmartCon, and many other initiatives under that. So, Dr. Iroro, you're welcome. Please, can you move to the front? Thank you. Thank you. So, pardon me if once in a while I just chip in to welcome my ladies, you know. So, thank you. Dr. Theophilus.
All right. So we have a representative from the Food Agriculture Organization of United Nations, an epidemiologist by name Solomon Olorunleke. Please, can we celebrate him while he takes his seat in front?
All right, I'm back again. Okay, so Dr. Chinaju is, the name is not complete here.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
Dr. China, thank you very much for coming. So Dr. China is the chairperson of MVMA FCT chapter, and she is a lady in uniform. She is a police officer with the ranking is ACP, right? She is. And what's the full meaning of ACP, ma'am? Assistant Commissioner of Police. Whoa, please put your hands together for my sister. I told you I'm going to be partial. So guys, just forgive me. Thank you, Theophilus.
All right. So the next we have is Dr. Nanacha Igbokwe.
That one too. No, lady. I have to call that one too.
Okay.
Dr. Nanacha is all the way from University of Makurdi, of Maiduguri, an associate professor. Please come and welcome Dr. Nanacha Ibokwe to the high table. You guys don't want to move to the high table. Come on, my ladies, move to the high table. Clap for them as they come forward. Thank you. Irora has gone back to her. She is always so humble. It is well with you. Okay. I permit. But thank God Nana is obeying me. All right, thank you. So, yeah.
Okay, so we go to our rapporteurs for today's session. We have the chairperson for that, Dr. Veronica Ame Odinya from Justum Makodi. Please, can we celebrate her?
Okay, so I have to chip in too. So Dr. Veronica is, you guys, when you go through the symposium prospectus, you find more about each and every one of these special people that we're going to be calling. But Dr. Veronica Odinya Ame is from Justum University. The next person is Dr. Philomena Iketo, also from Justin University, and they are actually the pioneering initiators of, what am I saying? Yeah, they're initiators of the Safe Human, Safe Bat, together with Status, who you'll hear from later. Then the next person.
Okay, so this is gender equality now, yeah? Okay, so the next person is Dr. Michelle Dauda from the Gombe State's L Press. Can we please celebrate him? I think he's just behind there.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle. And next we have our own registrar, a representative of the registrar of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria. She's by name Dr. Sarah C. Chimezie. Please, can we welcome her? Ma, can you come to the front, please? Just take your seat right next to Mrs. Dr. Ibokwe. Thank you very much. All right, so as Dr. Theophilus has said, my anchor, my co-anchor, as people come, our special guests coming, will be introducing. The Minister of Health representatives are not is not here, but the Minister of Health has sent the media team from the Ministry of Health. Please, can you guys stand up? Let us see you. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, so we're going to introduce ourselves. Self-introduction. Dr. Theophilus. Self-introduction. So I am keeping, I have not forgotten Status. Okay. You know, I have very wonderful help, so they are concerned that I've not introduced the convener. But I said, you should not worry, I know what I'm doing. You save the last for, the best for the last, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So, can we go? Status, don't introduce yourself. So we're going to go around tables, and you collect the mic and you introduce yourself. Don't worry. As soon as we finish introduction, then we're going to have a tea break. Briefly, you just take your tea and come to your table with your biscuits, and we'll start having our presentation. right? So don't worry, we're going to manage our time well. So, but for now, Dr. Theophilus will be going from table to table, and you introduce yourself. And then we go on. Thank you very much.
So briefly, your name, organization you represent. Yeah, 1 minute. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Francis Abba, and I serve at the Minister of Health office. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Mr. Kingsley Onyedevi, CPR from National Park Service.
Good morning, all. My name is Abbas Mohammed from National Park Service, CPR.
Good morning, all. My name is Ernest Akama, SPR from National Park Service.
Good morning. I'm Assistant Conservator General Abdurrahman Mohammed, in charge of veterinary services of the National Park.
I'm CP George G. Vincent from National Park Service, in charge of Vet Services Department.
I'm CP Danjuma Magaji, Ecology and Resource Management Department, National Park Service Headquarters, Abuja. Thank you.
I think we should be encouraging ourselves with a clap. I mean, we all
I'm
left our
Newton
comfort and
James,
came here.
Deputy Conservator of Park, National Park Service.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, all.
Good morning,
My
sir.
name is Park Warden Dahir Ali from the National Park Service.
Thank you. Let me
Good
try and
morning.
add some
My name
spice.
is APW2 Gift Emmanuel, National Park Service.
Thank you. Thank you very much
Good
for
morning.
coming.
My name is Olwala Oferomi Marvelous from National Park Service, serving presently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Abdullah Awal from the One Health and Development Initiative.
Oh, thank you, OHDI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayobami Olushola from the One Health and Development Initiative.
Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
I'm
morning.
Dr. Eugenia Ishaku from Famalat.
Thank you, Eugenia, for coming.
Compliment of the hour. I'm Muhammad Abdul Kudus Jamiu, MBBS and VieW AB Zaria, Senior Special Assistant to the NANS President on Medical and Health Students Matters.
You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aisha Sleiman. I am from Modibo Adama University, Yola, Department of Microbiology.
You're welcome, Aisha. Thank you for coming. Yeah, reception
Good morning,
table.
everyone. My name is Aliu Hassan, member IVSC. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Those are my wonderful ushers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Fatima Husseini from World Rabies Foundation.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Dr. Adeshawa Stephanie Oniye from the Department of Theriogenology, University of Abuja.
Thank you very much, Oniye.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Eliad Ladan, a volunteer of the War Against Rabies Foundation. Thank you.
Good morning, Ladan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amarachi Danike, and I'm also a volunteer for War Against Rabies Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Maurice Adeoti Faridat, a veterinary student of the University of Abuja, also a volunteer for the World Against Rabies Day.
Thank you very much, volunteer. Yeah, we're moving.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Dr. Michelle Dauda, El Press Gombe. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We're tired of clapping.
Hi, everyone. I'm Inyeke Udokang. I'm the Programs Manager Conservation for Small Mammal Conservation Organization. Thank you.
Welcome, Smakon.
Hello, everyone. I am Oluchi Agodi, Science and Engagement Coordinator from SMACON.
You're welcome, Smakon. No, we've introduced Iroro already.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dixon Matthew, and I'm from APL Adventist Ornithological Research Institute, JOS. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dixon.
Good morning, all. I'm
Good
Pam
morning,
Luka
sir.
from the National Veterinary Research Institute, VOM, and the West African Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Morning.
Dr. Jacob Okweke. I'm with Agric and Rural Development Secretariat, FCTA.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for coming. He is my class mate at vet school, U93, ABU, naturally ahead. I'm not advertising ABU here, but he was my class rep. You see, he was my class rep. I think most of our study year in the vet school, he was my class rep. So thank you for coming, Dr. Jacob.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
My
morning.
name is Joyce Dennis, representing Mrs. Dorcas Mengi, Assistant Director at Federal Ministry of Health, Abuja.
Thank you very much for coming. I was surprised I didn't see Dorcas. I didn't know that she's ably represented. Thank you. Oh, we've introduced the high table people, so they are safe.
Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Teun Waiketo from Benue State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I'm a Chief Veterinary Officer there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iketo. He's also a team member of the part of the pioneering team from Makurdi, Justin. Thank you very much for Safe Human Safe Bat. Thank you for coming.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am Abubakar Adamu, a veterinary medical student from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, representing the International Veterinary Student Nigeria, IVSA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, Adamu. All right.
So we have 2-3 persons who just walked in. So
Good.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Baratu Haruna Entero from Ministry of Agri, Kaduna State.
Oh, wow. You're welcome, ma'am. Welcome all the way from Kaduna.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Aisha Larry Mohammed, representing Ambovet Consults, Kaduna State.
Oh, wow. You're welcome. Nice to have you, Ambovet. Wow. Awesome. Can we have Ambovet and that lady come to the front seat, please? Thank you. And we're going to have more as the time goes on. All right. So there is one person I have not introduced, and I've not allowed him to introduce himself either. All right. So there's this, just look around you. You see somebody is looking very different from all of us. True or false? True, right? I'm not hearing you people now. Is there somebody looking completely different from us? Yeah? I mean, okay, different, but not completely. Okay, so I'm trying, since he came, he's been saying Grace has been mamaing me, as in I'm treating him like I'm his mama. So I like bullying him. I don't know why. I just like bullying him. Yeah, he's agreeing with me. I've been bullying him. All right, so here with us is Status, Geotis. Look, his name, I prefer to call the short form. Now, go to page 6 so that you understand why I'm choosing the short form. I don't know if any of you can pronounce that first name that starts with E. Is there anybody that can pronounce it? Where is the microphone? Give Status, let him call that name. Let's understand how it's pronounced. Status, you give us, pronounce it, because I want to learn.
Okay, the right pronunciation is Eustathios. It means constant, but I'm not stable or constant. But do not worry about the pronunciation. You can call me anything you want. I heard all versions. So.
Okay, so the short version is Status, and that's what works for us, right, guys? The ladies there, yeah. So, so Status is a veterinarian and virologist, specializing in bat-borne viruses and their potential to infect humans. His research focuses on how these viruses cross species barriers, identifying key receptors and host factors involved in spillover events. He has contributed to the study of bad influenza viruses and coronaviruses and their adaptation to new hosts. His work combines virology, genomics, and field studies to track emerging viruses in wildlife and assess their public health risk. As lead of the Save Humans, Save Bats initiative, Status promotes a balanced approach to disease prevention and conservation. His research helps inform strategies to reduce spillover risk while practicing bat populations and enhancing public awareness of zoonotic diseases. Okay, so I've taken time to read his bio so that after coffee, we'll just come, sit, and then we'll listen to him make his presentation. All right? Okay, so have I succeeded in introducing Statis Giotis? He's all the way from United Kingdom, University of Essex, and full stop. Are we good? Dr. Theophilus, I think we'll let them go take a tea break. Yeah? Oh, wow. Okay. I was just told that the personal assistant to the Federal Minister of Livestock and Development has just walked in. Madam Pat, I call her Madam Pat. Am I correct? Is Madam Pat here? Guys, clap for this woman. This woman is a bulldozer. I mean, she made the impossible possible. Yesterday we were at the Federal Minister's office, the Honorable Minister of Livestock's office with her, and we left around to 7 with Statis. These guys were powerful. Statis, Vero, Philo, Iketor, and my husband, and Theo. So, and she made it possible for us to have the Minister of Livestock and Development do a pre-recording. We recorded him live yesterday because he is unavoidably absent for this meeting. So this woman is powerful. Please, let's clap for her. Thank you very much, Madam, for coming. And you didn't get the name, did you? Please, can you just step down and go give her the mic so that she can give us her full name? Because I always call you Madam Pat. Oh, no. Let them know your name. Thank you, Madam Pat.
Ezali Patricia is my name. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming. Okay. So, don't mind us. We're just thinking to ourselves, is Madam Pat representing the Minister of Livestock and Development, or there is somebody else? Oh, okay. George is representing him. Oh, thank you. So thank you very much. He's here, ma'am. I forgot that I introduced him. It is well. Honorable Minister, the representative of the Honorable, please forgive me. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I think we'll now go and just take our tea break. Please follow the leading of Dr. Theophilus. And we have biscuits, and the lady there will show you how to pick. And you just get your tea, come back to your seat and sit down. So Dr. Theophilus, how do you think they should go take their tea?
Okay, so just before that, we have some housekeeping rules here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's remember that this is an hybrid event. And so we also have attendees joining us online. And we want that as they listen to us, they also drop their comments and try to give us feedback from their end if they've got issues with connectivity or sound in that way. And also, for ease of movement and for convenience, there's a restroom within the building. So my far right, there's a door there that leads you outside. Just go straight down, and there's a restroom there, should in case you want to use the convenience. Okay, so just to put that in perspective.
Thank you very much, Theo.
Yeah. So also, let's feel free to network. I'm sure during the course of the introduction, we heard people speak and different organizations are here. So feel free to network and have the best of time at this event today. So for the tea break, or the coffee break now, as we want to call it, we'll start from this table. So just behind you, we have a table there for the tea. You could just take your tea, come back to your table, and just have something to while away the time with. So this should happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, we should have that over. Then we can kickstart the next session of the events. So we can just have that quietly while the media help us, maybe a light sound while the tea break goes on. Thank you very much, and continue to have a nice time at this symposium.
Thank you very much. So let's make it fast so that we can come back for our presentation. Oh, don't worry about don't worry about dropping. We'll just we'll start taking our presentations. Just sit. Don't worry. We'll take care of the teacups. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to start with the first presenter, the convener of this meeting, Dr. Statis. Statis for short. Geotis. Okay, so please can we welcome Statios? Statis? Geotis? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Don't worry about my name. I heard all different versions, so feel free to call me whatever you want. So I'm really happy to be here in Abuja in this first symposium of our initiative, and I really hope that it's not going to be the last one as well. So if you could upload my slides. Thank you. So a bit about me first. So I'm a veterinarian by training. Studied veterinary medicine back in Greece, where I'm originally from. And then along the way, somehow I took the wrong turn into virology. And here we are. So now I'm a lecturer in virology at the University of Essex at Colchester, which is just outside London. But I am also keeping a foot in the door at Imperial College in London, where I've worked for over a decade now as a senior research fellow. Now, our lab is focused on viruses that come from animals, in particular bats, but also other wild animals, and infect humans. And we're also focusing on, we want to be one step ahead of pandemics without needing to build a bunker, ideally. So this initiative started more than a year ago, actually almost 2 years ago, and it's incredibly rewarding to see it taking shape. From the outset, we wanted to build a bridge to connect human health and bat conservation in Nigeria. And this vision is gradually taking shape. It's becoming a reality. So I am, of course, really, really grateful to all the incredible people and teams who made this possible. In particular, the Small Mammal Conservation Organization, we're going to be calling it SMACON. The Joseph Sarwan Tarka University, I hope I'm pronouncing it okay. Also for their dedicated field work and also their local leadership. The organization War Against Rabies, of course, Mama Grace Kia, who's been really instrumental in putting this symposium together. The University of Abuja, the UK Bat Conservation Trust, and of course my university, the University of Essex, who's funding at least the first stage of this initiative. So you will hear a lot more about the initiative later on today. But with my talk, I wanted to take a step back, set the stage, if you like, to talk a bit more about pandemics. Why are they popping up more often? Why also our bats seem to be involved in all these pandemics? And spoiler alert, it's not their fault. And also how the work that we do in my lab also fits into all of this. So first I wanted to address some misconceptions. You may have heard this during COVID. Everybody kept saying COVID-19 is an unprecedented pandemic. And this couldn't be further from the truth because it's important to put pandemics in an historical context. And if you look at human history, you can see that there have been numerous deadly pandemics and the human race always persevered. You know, and compare the 7.5 million deaths of COVID with the 40 to 50 million deaths of Spanish flu at the beginning of last century, there were more dead people by Spanish flu, rather than World War I. But where do these pathogens that cause pandemics come from? A lot of them, or most of them, come from animals, and we call them zoonotic viruses, zoonotic bacteria, or parasites. So examples exist. There are too many examples. For example, Black Death or bubonic plague, which claimed 200 million deaths in the Middle Ages. Actually, it's caused by a bacterium this time, Yersinia pestis, but it came from fleas-infested rats. HIV also comes from a type of chimpanzee, and influenza viruses generally come from aquatic birds. And that shows you, this example shows you how connected health are, and understanding this link actually is really key in order to prevent and also manage diseases in general. So another misconception is that COVID is a once-in-a-lifetime event. You may have heard that as well. I'm really sorry, but that's not true. I'm sorry to be the captain of doom and gloom, but science disagrees. So an international team of scientists that they call themselves Metabiota, they've looked into past statistical and geographical data into the frequency of outbreaks, and they found a worrying trend. They found that diseases that jump from animals to humans, or spillover as we call it, is increasing. It's happening more and more often, and actually the diseases that are caused are more severe. And the same team went ahead to even predict there's a 50% chance of another pandemic of the same scale or even larger than COVID in the next 20 years. You know, I'm full of good news. And actually many modelers think that the next pandemic will actually be another influenza virus that will come from birds, but we'll see. The important thing is that we need to be prepared for outbreaks, because they will happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and where. So the spillover, as I mentioned, of diseases from animals to humans seems to be accelerating in the last few years or decades, I should say. And there are many reasons for that. One main reason is the rise in human population. We're now almost 9 billion, and we keep growing. And this rise in the population has led to a rapid urbanization and deforestation. We destroyed wildlife habitats in order to build cities and plantations. And we brought wildlife and their pathogens closer to us. And this way we made it really easier for these pathogens, these viruses in particular, to transmit from animals to humans. The rise in population led to a rise in demand of food, and in particular meat, and that led to intensive farming, where we house together thousands, literally, animals, and making it really easy for a virus to jump from one animal to the other, and from that to their handlers, and then to society. And then you have animal trade, mainly air transport, migration, tourism, that made it easy for these viruses to spread globally. And on top of everything else, we also have climate change. I don't know if we have any people who don't believe in climate change, but it's a reality. And as the planet becomes warmer, diseases that were once confined in certain geographical areas, they're now expanding their range. And this is in particular for diseases that are transmitted with insects. And diseases, for example, like malaria or dengue or West Nile virus are now thriving in brand new areas. Just last month in the UK, they found evidence of West Nile virus in mosquitoes. Mosquitoes in the UK, it sounds like a joke, but it's the result of climate change. And where do bats fit into all of this? So bats are fascinating animals. They're the only flying mammals. They make 1/5 of all mammal species, but they're often misunderstood. And this is even though that they have a vital role in the environment. A lot of other speakers will explore this more. But just very briefly, they pollinate plants, they disperse seeds, they control pests, and they maintain entire ecosystems. So, but they also host a lot of viruses that are deadly and can infect humans, including coronaviruses, Hendra and Nipah viruses. These are mostly prevalent in Southeast Asia. Ooh, what did I do? Also, Ebola and Marburg, which are prevalent in, often cause outbreaks in Africa. Coronaviruses like MERS and SARS-CoV-1. What is remarkable is that the bats that carry, even though they carry all these viruses, they don't get sick. And that makes them a key species to study in order to understand spillover. And so we're interested in them, not because they're villains in a viral horror story. We're interested because they can hold clues that will help us prevent the next outbreak or the next pandemic. Research has shown that West Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa are the highest risk hotspots for spillover of diseases from bats to humans. Again, another good news from me. And this is because there's a big animal bat population in these areas, also a big human population. So there's a lot of interaction between bats and wildlife generally, and humans in this region, making this transmission more possible. So this is the reason why we're focusing our work in this part of the world, and in particular Nigeria. So in the past, we collaborated with the University of Abuja, with an incredible team, and also with the UK Health Security Agency, and who have been actively looking for new or emerging viruses. We have sampled more than 700 wild mammals, in particular bats, and we have been using next generation sequencing to identify and detect viruses. We were really interested in Lassa virus and monkeypox, now they call it Mpox, because these viruses seem to be appearing more often recently, and we think that this happens because they expanded their range, and now they're infecting new animal hosts, from these hosts to humans. In another study, which actually gave rise to this initiative, we sampled bats in Mankurdi at Benue State, and these bats were intended they were hunted, and they were intended for human consumption. And what we found was concerning. We found evidence that these bats were exposed to lethal viruses such as Ebola, and also a number of other viruses that we don't really know if they are zoonotic, if they can infect humans or not. So this was very serious, it was very concerning, because it suggests that people who hunt or eat bats, actually this could pose a risk to their health and generally to public health in Nigeria. So we reached out to the Nigerian Health Ministry, and they were really encouraging and supportive. So we decided to launch this initiative, Save Human, Save Bats Nigeria. This, at this point, is a grassroots educational campaign, and we're focusing in schools in the Mankurdi region, but we're hoping that you all will help us to expand this to all of Nigeria. So one thing that is really important to remember, I don't know what I'm doing wrong and it doesn't move next, it just likes this slide. One thing that is really important is that if we left bats and their habitats undisturbed, no spillover will happen, or spillover will be extremely rare. So that's really important to remember. But because that's not the case, as we all know, In our lab, what we do is we're trying to understand the ways that viruses jump from bats and cross over to humans, the molecular mechanisms, but we're also using epidemiological data and field work to achieve that. So now I'm going to present you briefly 2 examples of viruses that we're working on. The first one is about 2 viruses that come from bats, but we don't know if they infect humans. And the second example is about SARS-CoV-2, the one that causes COVID, that we know that infects humans, but we don't know where it came from. We're still arguing about it. So we took an interest some time ago in bats in South America, and the reason was that bat diversity is really high in that part of the world. Just in Amazonian forests, there are more than 120 species of bats. And the US CDC has identified 2 unique influenza viruses that they were genetically very, very different from all the other conventional flu viruses that are circulating in birds, humans, or pigs. And they gave them, these 2 different names, 2 new names, H17N10 and H18 and 11. These viruses were found in leaf-nosed bats, which were found asymptomatic. They didn't have any symptom whatsoever from these viruses. And these guys, as you can see, they're not particularly cute. They won't win a beauty contest, but they're fascinating. Their leaf nose, as you see, I'm pressing the wrong buttons here. Their leaf nose is actually a high-tech sonar with which they echolocate and they zoom in on food. And to make things worse, a third virus, H19N12 flu virus, was discovered in Egypt in Egyptian fruit bats, and you get these bats in Nigeria as well. And so what was very clear from our studies, and we've done a lot of work on that, was that we found these viruses throughout Latin America. So it was clear that the virus is able to jump from one bat to another, but the big question was whether it can infect humans. It can jump from bats to humans. So, and all of this raised a lot of concern in the scientific community, because up until this discovery of these viruses, we knew that the reservoir, the natural reservoir of influenza A viruses, are aquatic birds. So that shows you that it's not just bats that carry viruses, deadly viruses, it's also other wildlife species. So influenza viruses generally circulate in ducks, geese, swans, and they accumulate mutations in the segmented RNA genomes, which eventually allows them to cross species barriers, as we say, and infect other species like chicken, pigs, sea mammals, horses, and of course humans, causing outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics. Now, the discovery of these 3 new viruses has raised the concern that maybe bats may be another reservoir of influenza viruses, and one with even greater genetic diversity than that of aquatic birds. Remember, there are more than 1,200, for other people, 1,300 different bat species. So we wanted to see if these bat flu viruses behave the same with the conventional flu viruses, if they enter cells in the same way, or use the same receptors to enter their target cells. Now, influenza viruses has 2 key glycoproteins on the surface, spike glycoproteins, the hemagglutinin and the neuraminidase, and these are crucial. So in particular, hemagglutinin determines the binding of hemagglutinin to a receptor, a cell receptor on the cell surface, determines whether the virus can enter into target cells. So it's very, very specific binding. It's a bit like a key fitting into a lock. So the receptor for the flu viruses are sialic acids. And these are small sugars that you find at the end of proteins or lipids on the cell surface. So the hemagglutinin binds to sialic acids, mediates the entry of the virus into the cells, and then neuraminidase acts as an enzyme, cleaves the sialic acids, and allows the release of flu virus. So we've done a lot of work on comparing the bat hemagglutinins with the conventional flu virus. You can see here the protein structure of the head domain with which they bind to the receptor. And you can see that roughly they all look the same. H17 and H18 are the bat ones, and all the others are the conventional flu viruses. But we found that even though the overall structure is the same, we found that their structure is incompatible with binding to sialic acids, and it seems that these viruses use unique receptors to enter into target cells. So long story short, I'm not going to go through all of these studies. We identified that these viruses use a different receptor that's called major histocompatibility complex class 2 molecules. I don't know if you remember from your immunology. These are little proteins that you find on top of cells which act as billboards, and they display pieces of viruses or bacteria to immune cells, as you can see here then at the right, to immune cells which then recognize them and attack them. So these viruses, and also these molecules seem to be conserved in both bats and humans. They're really well conserved across species, actually. Also, it seems that these viruses seem to, are very sneaky. They seem to have developed a way to block this normal pathway. And what they're doing is a bit what a hacker does when they take over a security camera. And as a result, that means that the virus is undetected by our body. And that's why the bats that we found were largely asymptomatic in the beginning. So when we studied this, when we published this study, it made headlines. But many articles focused on fear, and they painted bats as our enemies. They really are not our enemies. And they used pictures like this, which is totally unfair. But the big question is, could bat flu cause the next pandemic? Theoretically, yes. There is a way that bat flu could reach humans. For example, Amazonian tribes, they hunt and eat bats same way like they do in different parts of Africa or Asia. So a possible exposure to infected to the virus could be during hunting, during handling, or during cooking. Okay, but we've done our work, and we found that the virus, even though it's able to transmit between bats, it's unable to infect mice and ferrets. And we were really interested in ferrets because they're a very good model for human respiratory viruses. They have a similar respiratory system with the human one. And we also found in the lab that these viruses cannot recombine with conventional flu viruses. And therefore, it seems that these viruses do not have the traits to cause a pandemic, which is great news. And all this panic of these viruses was really unjustified. And we will still keep monitoring these viruses, but we mainly do because these viruses may give us clue about influenza in general, but it seems that this virus is more of a bat's problem rather than a human's problem. It doesn't affect us at all. So I'm now moving to another virus that affects humans a lot, and you probably recognize it, SARS-CoV-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus type 2, which is, causes COVID, as you all know. Now, the virus is quite different from flu. This time we have only one spike glycoprotein on its surface that gives this corona-like shape to the virus. The spike glycoprotein is really important because it mediates the entry of the virus into target cells. They're very flexible. I don't know if this video will work. Oh, I've done it wrong. No? Yes, now I know what I need to do. Yes, so it's very flexible. It can be in an open, closed, or bent conformation. and it's really important. If you see the virus in cross-section, you can see the viral RNA in orange color wrapped around the nucleocapsid protein. So when we get infected with SARS-CoV-2, when we inhale infectious viruses, the virus starts interacting with cells that line our airways, like trachea in our lungs, until they find this little protein that's called ACE2, shown here with the purple color, and binding to this protein actually immobilizes the virus onto the airway. And this gives time for another enzyme called TMPRSS2 to cleave the outer part of the spike glycoprotein and expose the inner side of the spike glycoprotein. And that cleavage induces a lot of conformational changes. It will start extending until they anchor themselves onto the cell surface. And then the two neighboring spikes will zipper back onto themselves, forcing the viral membrane to fuse with the cell membrane, and that results in release of viral RNA nucleocapsid into the cell. And that, as a result, then the virus will hijack the cell and will produce millions copies of its viral RNA and will make million copies of million new virions, which will then infect new cells. So we know all of this. We have vaccines and antivirals for SARS-CoV-2, but we don't know, and we're still arguing about, is where it comes from. Where do you think it comes from? Any ideas? Just a bit of time to get some water. Water. All right. So what we know about it is that it originally came from the Chinese city of Wuhan. And also the epicenter was the animal market of that city. And these are typically found in Chinese cities where they sell live animals and they're used in traditional Chinese medicine or cuisine. It's part of their culture. But there's a twist. There are some early patients who actually had nothing to do with the market. And that sparked a lot of theories. A lot of theories that the virus actually may have been synthetic, or that it escaped from a lab. You probably have heard about the Wuhan Institute of Virology. This is a plausible scenario, but there's just not enough evidence. The issue has been highly politicized, and I'm going to leave it there. But we don't have enough evidence to believe this scenario. But we keep an open mind. It might be what happened. There are also a lot of theories, other crazy, pretty out there theories, that COVID came from 5G technology, that it was the Illuminati or Bill Gates somehow synthesized the virus, or that aliens, this is a real thing, aliens came from Mars and transmitted us SARS-CoV-2 to destroy the human race. There are people who believe that. But of course, these are all paranoid conspiracy theories that we really shouldn't be paying any attention. So scientists stick to the facts and use the evidence that is available. And we strongly believe, a lot of top scientists, ignore me, believe that, you know what's happening? That actually the virus originates from bats. Hello? Yes. So as soon as COVID started, the Chinese authorities sequenced the full genome of the virus. And the next thing that virologists do is they use phylogenetics. What they do is they line up all the non-coronaviruses and they're trying to find the closest relative to that virus. So when they lined up, it's a bit like a family tree. So when they lined up all the coronaviruses, they noticed that the first 5 patients, their genome of the virus that affected the first 5 patients of COVID was very, very similar to a bat coronavirus called RATG13. And virologists also do that. They find obscure names for viruses just to make them feel important. But it's really interesting that the closest relative of COVID was a bat coronavirus, and this virus circulates in Chinese horseshoe bats. So I now want to draw your attention to the plot on the left. That's a similarity plot that shows how similar bat coronaviruses are with SARS-CoV-2 across the genome. And I want to draw your attention to the blue line, which is this bat coronavirus G13. So you can see that it's more than 95% similar to SARS-CoV-2. And to make things even better, scientists identified another bat coronavirus, this time in Cambodian bats, that it's more than 99% similar to SARS-CoV-2. And all of this point that bats is the most likely origin of SARS-CoV-2. Another thing that you can see here is that you can see the differences between the blue line and SARS-CoV-2, these bat coronaviruses, are spread out throughout the genome. So if the virus was synthetic, you would expect to see a change at the specific site of the genome, not spread out. So all this suggests that the differences are due to natural evolution, natural mutation that happens in nature, and it's not a synthetic virus. And that's why most virologists are adamant that the virus is not synthetic. But this is not proof that the virus may have escaped from a lab, okay? But all the evidence, and I don't have time to expand into all of that, shows that the virus came originally from bats, jumped onto intermediary host, most likely raccoon dogs, and from then to humans. Okay. We may never find the 100% plausible evidence for that. The reason is that the Chinese authorities destroyed all the animals from the live market. So we don't have the evidence that we need. And this is why I think that even though it's an important question, it's actually a misleading one, chasing the origins of COVID, because it distracts us from the actual problem, which is the destruction of the environment. We destroyed the environment and we brought wildlife and the viruses closer to us. So we turned nature into a viral pressure cooker. So you mess with nature and nature pushes back, okay? So if we're really serious about preventing the next outbreak, we really need to protect the environment. All right? Okay, so this is why initiatives like Save Humans, Save Bats matter. Because by reducing bat hunting and consumption, and by raising awareness, we can reduce the chances of next outbreak. And also at the same time, conserve bats and their habitats. Once again, I'm really, really grateful to all the brilliant people who helped with this. From SMACON, Dr. Iroro Tansi, Bennett Obite, Oluchi Agodi, Ezia Jali. I need to drink some water to tell the names properly. Feel free to mispronounce my name if I mispronounce yours. Alison Walsh from the Bat Conservation Trust, from Jostum, Dr. Veronica Odinyame, Philomena Ikitor, Isaac Itodo, for Benue State Government, Terunga Ikitor, from War Against Rabies, of course, Mama Grace Kia, Theophilus Sani, who helped a lot with our website, Adesua Stephanie Onige, the University of Abuja, and of course the University of Essex, where my university, which funded this first step of the initiative. Finally, I would like to thank the people from my lab. We have Nigerian participation, Tukur and Khadija, and also all of our partners and funders. And finally, thank you all for attending and for your attention. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Status. That was a beautiful presentation. We were just about to come and give him a note saying, try and round up. But then the guy just finished. Please can we put our hands together for him? Wow. I just saw some people that came in while Status was making his presentation. I will try and mention a few, and then later, as we get the names, I'll be able to mention some more. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome Dr. Bala Mohammed, one-time chairman of the NVMA Abuja chapter. One time, many things. This man always looks humble, but he's a great veterinarian, and we're so grateful for what you do, sir. Thank you very much for coming. So he is the CEO of Blue Blood, Livestock, so many things. Kotok, that's you guys will get to know later. You know, something towning gown. So he's helping to train to employ lots of veterinarians, and just like Farmerlat, and they are really making impact in the veterinary field, and we are really grateful for people like you, sir, for what you do. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Sunday Idoko is around. You're welcome. And Dr. Sunday, he's representing the Dean, Student. Oh, he is the Dean, Student Affairs, Abuja University. Are you representing the Vice Chancellor? Dr. Idoko, where are you? You are representing the Vice Chancellor, because she told me she's going to send a representative. Thank you very much for coming. So we're very grateful to the Vice Chancellor, not Abuja University of Abuja, Yakubu Gowon University, right? FCT. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sending your representative. Thank you, Idoko, for coming. Excuse me. So please, may we ask if the representative for the minister, or the coordinating Minister of Health, is there a representative for his keynote speech? Because I know that he has assigned somebody to give his keynote speech. Maybe the person is still on the way. So while we wait, we're going to take the next presentation by Honorable His Excellency, right? The Minister of Livestock Development. Are you guys ready? Okay, so he is Edi Mukhtar Maiha. He said he doesn't want any title to his name. We tried titles, and he said no. So that's why I'm calling him Honorable Minister.
It is with great honor that I am addressing you today at the Modern Symposium on Bird Conservation and Zoonoses in Nigeria. I commend the organizers and participants for convening this timely forum that brings into focus one of the most urgent and often misunderstood intersections in public health and environmental conservation, the bird-human relationship in the context of zoonosis diseases. Birds are quite unique mammals, and among nature's most misunderstood yet essential creatures, which play critical ecological roles like pollinating crops such as mangoes, seed dispersal, which is vital for forest restoration and regeneration, and pest control in regulating insects populations. Human activities such as deforestation, consumption of bushmeats, and an increase in urbanization have led to an increase in human-bird interaction. These activities have heightened the risk of zoonotic spillovers of some zoonoses for which birds are also known to be reservoirs. These zoonotic diseases include rabies, Ebola, Lassa fever, and coronaviruses. I strongly commend that this initiative should leverage on the existing One Health approach in the country in integrating human, animal, and environmental health, which will serve as viable avenue towards the prevention of pathogen spillover and maintaining birds' habitats in Nigeria. This can be accomplished through strengthening research and surveillance through improved studies of bird populations and pathogen monitoring, as well as fostering collaboration among veterinarians, environmentalists, ecologists, and epidemiologists. Promote community conservation by encouraging alternative sources of meat in order to reduce bush meat consumption and educate Nigerians on safe bird handling practices. Policy and legislative action. Enforce stricter wildlife protection laws. Maintain mainstream zoonotic risk reduction into Nigeria's National Livestock Transformation Plan. It is my expectation that this initiative will live up its mandate and stand as a safe, science-based, community-led response to address the growing threat to zoonotic spillovers while conserving Nigeria's biodiversity through public health surveillance, bird habitat conservation, community engagement and risk communication, and research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that 75% of emerging infectious zoonotic diseases globally are from animals, especially wildlife, of which birds are included. Nigeria has recorded zoonotic diseases including Lassa fever and mpox. It is imperative that all One Health stakeholders prioritize prevention over response efforts and leverage our existing One Health operational framework within the country to address this demand effectively. This symposium presents opportunity to promote One Health approach, which acknowledges the interdependence of environmental, animal, and human health. It exhorts us to dismantle the barriers separating public health, veterinary care, wildlife conservation, and medicine. These objectives cannot be accomplished by any one organization or industry acting alone. The effort is based on partnership, and because of this, I summon with all my strength and conviction all the stakeholders to play their parts in achieving these objectives. Government at all levels to promote interdisciplinary research at our universities, campaigns for awareness led by civil society, wildlife protection should be incorporated into state government public health plans. Communities should take charge of conservation initiatives in their localities. I am looking towards a safer Nigeria, where humans and birds coexist safely, each maintaining their own boundaries. Farmers thrive without clearing forests that protect us from disease outbreaks. Children grow up knowing birds not as enemies, but as part of nature's balance, part of our own ecosystem. That vision starts here, with ideas and actions born out of this symposium. In conclusion, it is my hope that this symposium marks the beginning of the national shift from fear to knowledge, from reaction to preparedness, from fragmented efforts to united action, and beginning of a new era for Nigeria, our dear country, where safe birds means safer humans, and where conservation and public health go hand in hand in solidarity and fraternity. Thank you, and may this initiative rise in strength and impact. God bless you all. God bless Save Humans, Nigeria Initiative. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar Meha is Nigeria's Honorable Minister of Livestock, appointed in October 2024 to lead the country's newest ministry tasked with modernizing livestock systems through innovation, science, and policy reform. A native of Meha, Adamawa State, Meha holds both bachelor's and master's degrees in political science from the famous Ahmadu Bello University area, naturally ahead. All right. I'm trying to be, patriotic of it's my alma mater, and I work there. He served for more than 2 decades at the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, including as managing director of Kaduna Refining and Petrochemical Company. He is the founder of Zaidi Farms Limited, a pioneering livestock enterprise. He, through Zaidi Farms, has championed sustainable meat and dairy production, farmer-herder dialogue, and youth-driven agri-businesses. As minister, he has dedicated to enhancing animal health systems, improving livestock productivity, and fostering peaceful coexistence among Nigeria's rural and nomadic populations. His participation in this Save Human, Save Bats symposium reinforces his belief in cross-sectoral partnerships that strengthen One Health systems for a safer, healthier future. And once again, please can we put our hands together for our Honorable Minister, Idi Mukhtar Maiha. Thank you very much for listening. Next, we are supposed to have the Honorable Coordinating Minister of Health, representative. Is the person here? If not, we'll just move on to the next speaker, who is no other than Dr. Iroro Tanshi. Dr. Iroro Tanshi, please can you stand? So, Dr. Iroro Tanshi, I'll try to keep myself from, forgetting that I'm anchoring, and because she's my friend. Iroro Tanshi combines natural history and applied biodiversity science to understand and protect bats. As part of a research agenda to target historically understudied areas, she is currently focused on West African forests and the Gulf of Guinea Islands to understand how disturbance impact bat populations. Iroro co-founded Small Mammal Conservation Organization, the SMACON for short, that works with local communities to protect critical bat habitat from forest wildfires and cave disturbance in Nigeria, while improving and expanding research infrastructure by leveraging a regional and international network. Dr. Iroro Tanshi is a Washington Research Foundation postdoctoral fellow at the University of Washington. Her multi-award winning work has been narrated by Sir David Attenborough and appeared in multiple media, including the CNN, the BBC, and Al Jazeera. She enjoys hiking and swimming. And now I present to you Dr. Iroro to make her presentation. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for coming.
Right. Just testing. Awesome. Okay, I can hear myself, so that's good. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Grace Kia, and thank you so much to the organizers, the conveners, and everyone who has contributed to this. I am very honored to be giving the keynote, a keynote message on this very special occasion. Before I start, I have my teddy bat here. And this is unfortunately not a Nigerian species, but is the golden-necked flying fox. All the way. If you like teddy bears and other stuffed animals, you're welcome to come play with it. But I always carry this with me because it's a very cute animal. But what I was going to quickly say is that although this is an Australian species, we're working with the organization who makes these to have the only endangered bat in Nigeria produced. So if you're interested, reach out to the SMACON staff and we'll put your name on the list. If not for yourself, at least for your kids, because we want everybody to start loving bats. Okay? Thank you very much. For your kids? Oh, we'll talk about that, ma'am. We'll talk about that. All right, so that's not the end of my talk. I was just starting. Can I get the PowerPoint on? All right. Well, so a quick background about myself. I study bats, obviously, and as a scientist, I'm really curious to understand why there's so many bat species and how they coexist, but also especially in a changing world. You know, you heard statistics talk about climate change, environmental issues, blah, blah. Those are all part of what we describe as the world is changing, so in a changing world. But why bats? I don't think this is working. There we go. So I kind of need to do this then. All right. But I was going to say why bats? And it's really the case that they are at least 50% of the mammals in the tropics are bats. And they're largely globally distributed except on a few islands. There are islands in the world where bats are the only mammals that exist there. Okay, so that's really special. But they're also largely understudied. So very few people know anything about bats. Very few people have the time to go spend time in the forest at night trapping bats. So it's not easy. It's very tricky to handle. But that's why I study bats. And I think my slides are not advancing.
This is down. Next slide.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, but I don't think. All right. Can we advance the slide a little bit? All right, so go back. There we go. Now, although I'm a postdoctoral, yeah. This is, yeah, next and previous. Yeah, I know, but it's still not advancing. I mean, this is what I've been doing. It's not about what I'm. Ah, there you go. All right, that makes more sense. I knew it worked one time, and then this is magic. I'm not quite sure what's going on. All right, so while being a postdoctoral fellow, I've also co-founded Small Mammal Conservation Organization, and what we primarily do is to protect small mammal habitat, as Grace was saying in her introduction. And at least at this point, we're primarily focused on the only endangered bat we have in Nigeria, this short-tailed round-leaf bat, and the white-bellied pangolin, especially in Cross River. Right, it works. Okay, well, I was going to quickly point out that how SMACON works is to really drive behavior change. That's all we're here to do, okay? Although I am curious about asking scientific questions, on the NGO side of our work, on the impact side of our work, on the social impact side of our work, it's really about behavior change. We do some education and some awareness programs, but we're really, really interested in this. So I've got a very simple example for you. If you wanted someone to stop smoking, for example, you can tell them all you want about, you know, the dangers of smoking. And I know people who will be smoking themselves and will be telling you about the dangers of smoking, okay? And that is awareness, that is education. There's nothing wrong with that. The only problem is when you really start to think about behavior change, you want to put systems in place. And that's why, you know, there are programs, for example, in the UK, and I'm sure in other places too, to help people attend non-smoking clinics, for example. So if you set up non-smoking clinics, people are more likely to go to a non-smoking clinic to learn how to stop smoking, okay? Rather than just stop smoking, stop smoking, stop smoking. So I hope you understand what I mean by behavior change. It's about putting things in place that allow people move and shift from one behavior that may be negative to the more positive and desired behavior you're going for. And that's how we work at SMACON. All right, that said, for those who don't know, bats are mammals, and that's because, we know that because they give birth to live young, and they have mammary glands, and in fact, they breastfeed their young as well. What do they eat? They eat fruits. nectar, in some cases drinking them, as you can see from that bat that's drinking from a banana plant. Sorry, I keep thinking I'm doing the right thing when I should be focusing on that computer. All right, but they also eat insects, small birds, small mammals, and stuff like that. So bats are really interesting in that sense. But if you don't think that they're cute from all I have tried to do in the past 2 minutes of standing here, I hope you would agree that you have a lot of thanks to give to bats, because guess what? If you eat dawa dawa, you really, really should be thanking bats. End of story. How? Ask me later. Bats pollinate the trees that gives us dawa dawa, primarily pollinates that tree. And that flower, in fact, is only fertile for one night. So a bat must visit that flower for you to get your dawa dawa. Okay? Same thing with shea butter. We all use shea butter. It's, in fact, it's a global, huge industry for cosmetics and all kinds of things. Okay, so you really should be thanking bats. So if they're not cute, at least you're deriving some huge benefits from them. Not to talk about, the fact that they plant forests and keep our ecosystems largely going. All right. When I started studying bats about 15 years ago, this is the picture people would typically throw at me. They'll say, what if you catch a witch bat? I'm like, it will be a new species. I will be so excited. I think at that point, they kind of wrote me off and just gave up. Like, this one is lost. There is no hope for this one, But in these times, it's been more about, what about COVID? What if you get COVID? Are we safe from COVID? And I am not an epidemiologist, as you can tell. I'm not a virologist, and thank God statistics give us like a really good lowdown, like it really broke it down. So if you weren't paying enough attention, please go back and watch that afterwards. But in any case, those are the two key things people want to know about. What if you catch a witch? Or what if you get a disease, and can we get diseases? But from my research, and this has taken quite a bit of time, and this is just one of those outcomes, is that we added 10 new records, that is species that we didn't know existed in Nigeria, to the list of bats in Nigeria. And we now know that we have about 100 bat species in the country, okay? And that's only because my work has focused primarily in the South. And I'm working with Dr. Kia to support one of her students, Dixon, who you're going to listen to later today. We're really desperate to do a lot of work in the North, but it's quite tricky because of, some of the issues on the ground, okay? But this is just work done in a few places in the South, and we're picking up 10 new country records for the country. But beyond that, we also, my work, there you go. All right. I also during my surveys, discovered, or should I say, uncovered a species, one of the new country records, excuse me. It was an endangered bat. It hadn't been seen in the wild for 45 years at the time we caught it. So that was a significant news. It was very, in fact, that night, I think there are videos of me online describing how I felt that night. It felt like a miracle had happened, like, something out of this world had happened, because, if you think, before you name a species, before you label a species as extinct, you start to first fear that the species might be extinct. That's kind of where you start to get when you haven't seen the species for 45 years, okay? And at the time we found it, it was very clear that there were only a few places in the world where it had been recorded, just here in Nigeria, newly in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Equatorial Guinea, and just a few individuals. At that time, we were about, 5 localities in the world where the species would know from. And we immediately started to fear that the species population might be declining, and that's what we've even shown over the last couple of years too. But what we know is that some of the major threats, and especially relevant to this conversation today, is ill-advised bat hunting that disturbs the species cave roost. So this is a hunter we work with in one of the communities that we work at, and this is the sort of nets they use to trap bats. He just goes into that entrance you see there, set that net, and you can get up to 4,000 bats in one night. And I say 4,000 because that's even a conservative estimate. And this is for one hunter. And we're talking many, many hunters in many, many villages across just this swath of truly exciting forests that we should be protecting at all costs, okay? Now, again, I'm not an epidemiologist, and I would like to be corrected, status if any of this is wrong, but bats are truly not unique in terms of viral host abilities, or being viral host, not abilities, I take that back. Because what you see is that it's really a game of numbers, and I can't use the pointer now, but this graph on the left, the more species, at the bottom, the more species you have within that group, the more mammal species richness you have within that group, the more viruses. So you see rodents up there. The size of the circle indicates, you know, how many viruses are recorded from that group. As you move towards the left, towards 50, you are really increasing the species richness of that mammal group. And with rodents are the most diverse mammals. Bats are next in line. So on the y-axis, so going up, you really start to see that it's about the number of viruses on those mammal groups. And so in the end, it's more a game of numbers than anything. More species, more viruses. Chicken. Okay? That is not to say we should then go out and find the species. Believe me, you're not going to eliminate them all. Okay? But what's really big is that for bats, they have their immune function turned up 24/7. If I were the President General of this world, I would ask the scientists, how can we learn to use that immune function potential to help human health? Okay, so the reason I pointed that out is that is one of the reasons why bats are quite good as hosts, but that's it. All right, I'm going to move to the next slide. Now, why should we care in Nigeria? You see those spots? Those are places where hemorrhagic fevers have been reported in Africa, or at least small outbreaks, however the numbers may be. And see, in Nigeria, there are no points in there. Typically, when you have a map like this, you'll be like, oh, people tend to overlook Nigeria. But as far as we know, and thank you for being here, or at least I'm happy that I'm talking to, you know, mostly virologists and veterinarians. We haven't recorded hemorrhagic fevers as, you know, are shown on the other sides of this map. That is to say, Nigeria sits in the transition zone, you know, between cases. Why? We don't know. You should be asking why. On the one hand, I know people will say, oh, we thank God for it. But on the other hand, you should also say, why? What is protecting us? Is something protecting us? I doubt it. We've just been lucky. But what it means is that we're also potentially next in line. This is why we use data. You see what's coming and you predict. We're potentially next in line. I'm not saying we're next in line, we're potentially next in line. And that's why we should care about these types of conversations. Now, I was part of a manuscript just right after the peak of the COVID pandemic, where we sort of started to look at what potential ecological measures can we take to prevent future pandemics. And there's a graphic that really goes with this that starts to describe, you know, what the spillover potentials are and how you get to secondary infection and even community spread. And I'm not going to break it down, but what it gets at least from the bat angle, is we really need to protect where bats sleep and where they eat. End of story. And how have we been doing that at SMACON? Lush, beautiful forests like this, we protect them from wildfire. You know, deforestation by logging is a very slow process. It happens over years, decades even. But guess what? Strike a match on one end of the forest when it's really dry. When you're walking in the forest, the leaves crack and break under your feet. It's that dry. Strike a match. The whole forest is gone within weeks. And that's what we're trying to prevent at SMACON. And okay, so the threats are really from wildfires that originate on farms because people want to put out, clear their farms. And you're going to hear more about this later, so I'm not going to go into it. But the world is really on fire, and this is mostly driven by climate change. That means There are lots and lots of wildfires. The frequency is increasing, the intensity is increasing. So we're really keen about making sure that that sort of acute problem, we can minimize it as SMARCON. And we have a whole program. I am not going to go into it, like I said, so just wait to hear from Ini, who will talk about this later. But also, we want to protect where bats sleep. And when we started our work and discovered that endangered species in Nigeria for the first time, we were really excited, so we started searching caves. We searched 53 caves, 53, not a single. In fact, out of the 53, I beg your pardon, only one cave had this species in it. So it was another, celebratory march. We were very excited and wanted to protect that cave. But guess what? After about 5 years of monitoring this cave steadily, during COVID, one hunter probably went to go get food in the forest, set a fire at the entrance of the cave, boom, bats were gone. And it was the only known mammal, in fact, it was the only known breeding cave for the species in the world at the time. That is, you could see babies with their mamas in the cave. That's a maternal colony. Okay, so it was really sad that we lost that cave during COVID. And what happened during COVID? We couldn't protect the forest. We couldn't work with the rangers who were working to protect the forest at the time because COVID really limited how much work could be done. And that's really sad. But as soon as we lost that cave, the SMARCON team is actually, we put out fires and we're really on fire. You kind of need fire to fight fire. We assembled about 21 people, went into the forest. We started combing the forest. We would start on a transect and walk in 4 different directions, just looking for caves. 10 minutes, you return, you continue. And you do that over many transects. It was basically an attempt to really comb. You're combing the forest, okay? And so that effort yielded some caves, and so we found some new caves. And a few of them, at least the 3 of them that we found, I don't know if you can see that. Oops. Oh, this is working. I don't know if you can see that tiny spot there where there's that red arrow. That's our bat. And how do we know? We use an acoustic detector to listen, and we see the signal. We're like, okay, that's our species for sure, because there are many species in the forest, okay? And we found just 3 caves, but at least one of them had 3 individuals. We were really excited. But guess what? That cave was on a trail. And so we had to find ways to protect the bats on that trail by diverting the trail. This is a schema of what the cave looked like on the proximity of the trail in red there. And so what we eventually did was to re-divert that trail. That's the kind of work we do. Actual work on the ground, straight to the point, yeah? And, it really, in the end, is about how much work you can do with community people, but also with enforcement. And at least for us as SMARCON, we're really keen to have this combination between conservation and human health in terms of at least hunting reduction. So we want to protect bat populations. We also want people to be safe. So which is why, it was quite nice to have been invited to this event and to actually contribute to this, to the Safe Human program. And so what I was going to just point out here quickly is that when you work with local communities, what you find is if they're hunting a lot of bats, usually they've hunted most of the other big animals, almost everything that's gone. So bats are like just there in the cave, they're like, let's go grab those. If they're hunting them for, commercial scale collection, yeah? So what we started doing about 3 years ago is this alternative protein source. And guess what? People like what we call grass cutter in this country very much. It was the top item. So we now have one grass cutter farm, opening another one very soon. We're going to keep spreading around the area. To really, the point is we want to reduce demand for bat meat. That's the behavior map. If people can get alternative protein, it will reduce demand, and eventually you get bats that are not hunted. I mean, look at this Egyptian fruit bat. I know it carries viruses, but it's so cute. I mean, come on, you have to agree. And so you have to listen for some of the work all she's going to talk about. It's in a different part of the country, but it's kind of this whole idea of first understanding why hunt? Why do people hunt? So that you can design programs like this moving forward. But it's one thing to say or protect where bats eat and where they sleep, but you really need a community. I mean, see this. We're all gathered here because we're trying to build a community around this issue of bat protection and human health. So you really do need a community. And so that's kind of what we started doing. Is in Cameroon, no one was really focused on the species. There are few people working on bats. And in fact, we have a core collaborator there. But we wanted to start building that capacity. And we've been doing that also in Equatorial Guinea. Ini and I, we went to Bioko Island, and we found the species on the first night after almost a 21-day stay. And I just completely lost it. In fact, the native Biokoans, the native Equatorial Guineans were like, somebody's mad in this forest. But that was me just screaming my head off, because guess what? You know how I said that the bat hadn't been seen in the wild for 45 years? It was just a sighting. Someone saw it in a cave and made a note. One line, a German guy who was really studying bats in the area and rodents. So there was no physical specimen to confirm. So it could have been another species, but he was confident. He made it in the notes. So it hadn't really been hand identified, as we say in bat research. And so we caught that first specimen, the red dots there. And so we were just over the moon. But this is the sort of thing you want to be doing. We started building capacity in Bioko to help do that. And that's what I mean by community. You find collaborators, or you train people where you need, so they can build that community to drive that change. And in fact, I am so happy that almost a quarter of the room is covered by representatives of the National Park Service, because I have to tell you, I have since I was a master's student at the University of Benin, I have been working with the National Park Service, in and out, working on projects, learning, fighting sometimes, getting told you can't enter, you haven't submitted your report. Mr. Newton, where are you? But the National Park Service then worked with us and, a few of our colleagues in the region to start what we are calling the Curtis Conservation Network, so that we can protect the species. Okay, and that's what I mean by community. So you protect where bats eat, you protect where they sleep, and then you form a community so that you can keep growing and doing this sort of work long term. Why? Because we want to prevent future pandemics. And with that, I would like to thank all of the people who have supported my work, but I wanted to just leave you with this, to say that if we leave bats alone, I should see if I can point this way. If we leave bats alone and we ensure that we drive human behavior that reduces exposure to potential spillover events, everybody will be fine. The bats will be fine. We will be fine. Save human words, save bats. Everybody will be fine. So just leave them alone. If they are disturbing you, we have humane ways. Madam was just telling me now that they disturb her, they eat her fruits. We have humane ways of excluding bats. And that's something I was telling the veterinary class, your class I was teaching the other day, that it would be nice if, veterinarians in Nigeria, especially the young ones, a few set up programs that start to address this sort of humane animal extraction. I don't see that as something that we're doing in Nigeria enough. And train technicians. Yeah, and we are happy at SMACON to train people to exclude bats from buildings. We hear a lot of reports about bats in buildings. People go to fumigate them. That is not the approach. If anything, if those individuals in that population have a virus, you are exposing yourself, because guess what? You're increasing the stress amongst the bats. And when bats are stressed, it's like you being sick. Yeah, when you are stressed, you fall sick. Easily, you're like, small kata. That kata, the virus for that kata may have been there the whole time, but because you're now stressed, you are exposed to it. So please don't stress the bats so that they don't stress us. But I think it would be nice if it's something that we can sort of make, mainstream and popularize amongst young veterinarians to ensure some kind of program to humanely extract bats from buildings. And I was going to say, with that, I would like to thank everybody. There's so many organizations that have supported my work over the years, and so many people supporting me moving forward. And in fact, the amazing SmartCon team who just, they work nonstop. In fact, I think we don't pay them enough. We need to like raise their salary 3 times. Oluchi, do you agree? All right, thank you very much. And I will take any questions. Or if there are questions, it's time for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iroro. Tanshi, please can we put our hands together again for our keynote presenter, the last keynote presenter. So we've been enriched this morning. We've listened to our convener speak to us. We've listened to the keynote presenters, Minister of Livestock Development and Dr. Iroro. And next we have keynote speakers. Yeah, we're not going to ask questions now. We're going to have time. So make sure that your questions are kept for that special time. Now, do I need to go on the stage? Dr. Tio? Let me do that, because you'll say, Ma, why didn't you get on the stage? All right, so Dr. Theo, please can you take the microphone, and we're going to have different organizations that are present here come and give a goodwill message. I want to, first of all, so I'm not going to follow the schedule there, but you can still give me my prospectus. But I want to call on the Conservator General's representative for the National Park Service to please be the first to give their goodwill message from the Conservator General. Please, sir, can you please come and give us, please come put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
The Conservator General was laughing at me yesterday because I was trying to do, because everybody comes and he's like, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be left out. I'm going to also do it. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Ladipo Joe Cornelius and ACG. I'm honored to stand for my CG, Dr. Ibrahim Mustagoni, CG National Park Service. In fact, yesterday, Madam Dr. Chris and her team were in our office. Yeah, he thought he would be able to make it because Madam pleaded that he wanted him to be here and also that he should come in our numbers. We were able to do that, but because of other official, very pressing assignment, he has to choose between being there and coming here. So at the time, I said, well, Ladipo, you have to, represent him. Please, I have his address here. While reading, if I make any mistake, please hold me responsible. But if I'm able to read very well, give the credit to the CG. Is it taken? Thank you very much. So I'm glad to read this address. It is an immense honor for me to be here today at this important symposium organized by the Save Women's Save Bats Initiative, Nigeria Initiative. On behalf of National Park Service, I am pleased to express our warmest greetings and goodwill to the organizers and the participants of this significant symposium on bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria. This gathering could not have come at a more crucial time than this. The age where the boundaries between national habitats and human settlements continue to narrow, and the potential for zoonotic disease transmission has become a national and global concern. Bats, while ecologically indispensable, have increasingly been spotlighted lighted are reservoirs for zoonotic pathogens, making their conservation and monitoring both a public health and environmental imperative. It has been recorded that zoonotic diseases account for over 75% of emerging infectious diseases globally. Nigeria's ecological zones, from tropical forests to savannas, are potential hotspots for disease emergence due to increased wildlife-human interaction, poorly regulated bushmeat trade, deforestation, urbanization, etc. With over 1,480 species, bats exist on every continent except Antarctica. Nigeria is home to approximately 100 species of bats, many of which are vulnerable. According to the ISO 100 list, of the 1,336 bat species currently assessed, 25 are critically endangered, 87 are endangered, and 110 are vulnerable. While data is lacking for 226 species. This information reveals that bats require heightened conservation efforts. The gathering today not only highlights our shared responsibilities in protecting this natural heritage, but also underscores the vital connection between human health and wildlife conservation, which the National Park Service stands at the heart of this intersection between biodiversity conservation and national health security. As a tree cannot make a forest, all relevant agencies are present must collaborate to create effective policy towards protecting these remarkable creatures while ensuring safe interactions with humans. As the foremost conservation outfit government agency charged with the protection and management of Nigeria's premier ecological landscapes, National Parks serve as a critical habitat for various species of flora and fauna, including several birds populations. We are aware we have 17 national parks in the country, 11 are in operation. The remaining ones are yet to fully take off. Because in 2020, the last President Buhari approved additional 10. So out of those 10, 4 will be taken over. So we are covering 20 states now. These protected areas are not only biodiversity sanctuaries, they are also natural laboratories for disease surveillance, ecological research, and early warning systems for masters, undergraduates are becoming to the park in their large numbers. We view bats not only the lens of fear, but with a deep appreciation for their ecological contributions, particularly in pollination, seed dispersal, and pest control. At the same time, we recognize the need for science-based approaches to managing risks associated with human-bat interfaces, especially in buffer and transitional zones adjacent to the parks. In response to increasing global health concerns, the National Park Service is taking proactive steps in these areas. Intensive anticipation and surveillance patrols, collaborate with institutions like NCDC, Dr. Abraman has involved in many seminars, workshops organized by NCDC. Collaborate with state institutions on wildlife health monitoring and disease ecology. Engage local communities through outreach and education to reduce risky interactions with wildlife. Lateral support for local communities, etc. Promoting sustainable tourism. Provide access and support to scientists and health professionals for impact surveillance and data collection. Strengthen the capacity of park staff through training in wildlife disease recognition and safe handling protocols. It is therefore heartening to see an initiative like Safe Women, Safe Bars, convening experts, policymakers, and cross-sectoral stakeholders under one roof as we are here today. This aligns perfectly with the One Health approach, which emphasizes the integrated management of human, animal, and environmental health. National Park Service remains fully committed to contributing its technical resources, institutional framework, and on-time grant experience to any initiative that bridges the gap between conservation and public health. Let me conclude by emphasizing that conserving bats is not just about protecting wildlife, it is about safeguarding our future. We must move beyond myths and misconceptions and instead embrace evidence, education, and collaboration. I commend the Safe Women's Safe Bats Nigeria initiative for its foresight, dedication, unwavering commitment to raising awareness and facilitating knowledge on bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria. While wishing you all its fruitful and inspiring deliberations, I'm eagerly anticipating innovative solutions and ideas that will emerge from today's discussions that will further enhance bat conservation in Nigeria. May this symposium lead to meaningful outcomes that will improve Nigeria's preparedness for pandemics while promoting the sustainable coexistence of humans and wildlife. Once again, I thank the organizer of this symposium for inviting me to give this Goodwill message. Thank you and God bless.
He's still reminding me. Any fault, give it to him. Any good message, commendation, give it to the CG. Sir, you did well. Thank you so much, sir, for that beautiful Goodwill message. So I'll try to stick to the list that we have. However, we do not have the Federal Ministry of Livestock has already given, the minister has already given a keynote speech. So Madam Patricia, the PA, said there was no need for a Goodwill message, and she had to rush for another meeting. So she sends her apologies. Do we have Federal Ministry of Agric representative here? Dr. Jacob, do you want to say something on? Okay, Goodwill message for Federal Ministry of Agric. Okay, so we let it rest. And then Federal Ministry of Health, NTDs. Madam Dorcas is a representative. Can you come and give a Goodwill speech, please? Thank you. Goodwill message.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joyce Dennis, representing Mrs. Dorcas Mengi, Assistant Director of Federal Ministry of Health. I bring you greetings from the Federal Ministry of Health, and as we all know, there are so many bats in the country, and I am happy to learn today that bats are our friends, right? Exactly, thank you. And this program is very welcoming, and I'm happy to know that there's a relationship between humans and bats, and this program is one that will, ensure safe humans and safe bats, and to reduce, diseases transmitted from bats to humans, and also protect our cute bats. Yes, thank you so much. I'm really, really excited to be a part of this symposium. I really, really hope and expect to learn more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Federal Ministry of Health, NTD, the Neglected Tropical Diseases Division. I don't know, is there a representative from the NCDC to come and give a goodwill remark? NCDC, Nigerian Center for Disease Control. Okay. VCN, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, Dr. Sarah. Thank you very much for coming. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Sarah as she comes to give a goodwill remark on behalf of the VCN? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Sarah Chinonyerem Chimezie. I'm standing here to represent the registrar, Dr. Fadibe Oladotun. He was supposed to be here actually, but he had another engagement and asked me to come. Honestly, I want to thank the organizers of this program, the convener and the team that have put this program together, this symposium. For me, which is also part of council's mandate, is a continuing education because, you know, we are learning and we've learned. You know, there are new things that that we are living here with today. And in line with council's mandates, we are pledging our support in enhancing the public health and the animal health system. So we are also open to collaborations and to partner with you. Thank you so much. The registrar wishes us fruitful deliberation in this symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma, for the kind words, and thank you for the willingness to collaborate with this initiative. Thank you very much. So, Safe Bat, and Safe Human Safe Bat, you've heard. SMARCON, you've heard. The VCN, Veterinary Council of Nigeria, is willing to collaborate on issues of health, the human health and bat. And so let's cash into that. And thank you very much. The Veterinary Council of Nigeria's president had to travel. He wanted to be here, but he's out of the country for a very pressing assignment. So we have, I don't know, is any of the WHO staff here? WHO? Oh, maybe they're on their way. Okay, so next is the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and with us is Dr. Solomon. I don't want to say my son. Well, I'm privileged to have Dr. Solomon here. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Your goodwill message.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. I want to stand on existing protocol and then just go straight to the goodwill message from the country representative of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Nigeria, Mr. Dominic Kofi Koku. So I'll just read through. See, I bring you warm greetings and express our deep appreciation for the opportunity to be part of this important symposium organized under the Safe Humans Safe Bat initiative. The theme of today's gathering, bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria, is both timely and relevant as we continue to strengthen our collective efforts to prevent the spillover of zoonotic diseases, conserve biodiversity, and promote health ecosystem. It is critical that we adopt a One Health approach, recognizing the interconnectedness of humans, animals, and the environmental health. Bat plays an essential ecological role in pollination, seed dispersal, and insect control. However, they have also been identified as potential reservoirs of high-impact zoonotic pathogens. This duality demands a balanced, evidence-based strategy that upholds both public health and wildlife conservation goals. While the attention has been on pandemic-prone viruses, it will be pertinent to also discuss in this symposium AMR, antimicrobial resistant pathogens harbored in the bat population. As we all know, that antimicrobial resistance have been termed a silent pandemic, and in the year 2021, about 1.14 million deaths were attributable to antimicrobial resistance, and it has also been projected that between year 2025, that we're in now, to year 2050, about 39 million deaths will be attributed to AMR. And quite a number of researches has been done linking AMR or antimicrobial resistant pathogens that have been isolated from the bat population. And I remember of one that was done in the southeast, where there was a stream from a cave, which the whole village actually drink from, that had bats that were actually picked, and bacteria were isolated from this bat species. And surprisingly, about 26% of those bats harbored resistant E. coli and resistant Salmonella species. And this is quite worrisome, knowing fully well that antibiotics are not used in bats. Now, we recommend, FAO is committed to supporting Nigeria in implementing integrated approaches to zoonotic disease prevention, risk communication, and sustainable wildlife management. Through our One Health program, we work with government stakeholders, research institutions, and community to strengthen surveillance, improve biosecurity, and build resilience at the human-animal environment interface. We commend the organizers and partners of this symposium for their vision and for championing a cause that is essential to Nigeria's health, security, and ecological well-being. Let us seize this opportunity to share knowledge, build partnerships, and co-create solutions that will ensure both safe human and safe bats in Nigeria. I wish you all a productive and impactful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful goodwill message. We're very grateful to the FAO. All right, so next on the list, GIZ. Is GIZ here? Africa CDC, Affinate? Yeah, Affinate. Dr. Patrick Nguku sent apologies yesterday. They are really swarmed with so much, so we understand. RTSL, Resolve to Save Lives. Resolve to Save Lives. Any representative here? All right. So next is the OHIDI, One Health Development Initiative. You're welcome. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Ma. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Abdullah Awal from the One Health and Development Initiative. I'm standing here as a representative of our Executive Director, Dr. Kikiopo Luarere. Unfortunately, she's out of the country, so she couldn't join us at this event. So permit me to read a brief speech on her behalf. I bring warm greetings and heartfelt support to all participants, organizers, and partners of the Safe Humans, Safe Bats initiative. At the One Health and Development Initiative, we are deeply committed to promoting One Health, as it is the interconnected health of people, animals, and the environment. And this gathering today is a very powerful reflection of that vision, and it is one that recognizes the need for collaboration, compassion, and as well as science-based action. Bats, though they are often misunderstood, are very vital allies in our ecosystems through the fact that they help us pollinate our crops and also control insect populations. Yet in many communities in Nigeria, fear and misinformation have made them very, very valuable targets, and which increases the risk not just to biodiversity, but to public health as well. The Safe Humans and Safe Bats initiative is an important step forward in changing this narrative. And through this initiative, we can promote coexistence, reduce the zoonotic disease risk, and also protect the ecological balance of our environment. So on behalf of the One Health and Development Initiative, I commend the organizers and every individual here for their dedication to this very important cause. And we look forward to continued partnerships and shared progress towards a future where both humans and bats can live together, well understood and thriving. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone at this symposium a very successful and impactful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiki's representative of the One Health Development Initiative. All right, thank you. Next, we have the Yakubu Gowon University, Abuja. Dr. Idoko, please come and put our hands together for the Vice Chancellor representative from the University, Yakubu Gowon University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Yakubu Gowon University, formerly University of Abuja, Professor Patricia Mankola, I say good afternoon. I'm proud to be here, not just as her rep, but I'm also here as part of the core team for this particular program. I remember the first time I came, I had one-on-one contact with the bats, you know, during like 3 years ago. I was working with Zoonoses as on a grant, and then we are one of the team in Nigeria. And then we went around 5 states looking for bats and trying to connect the dots between what they do in the wild and where people live. And then I was now coming across so many bats and then seeing them live, you know, for the first time. At first, I was very, very scared of them because of the way they look. But I was also glad that Dr. Iroro, when she was making her presentation, she brought this particular doll. And at this teddy, I said, wow. So that's great. So I'll subscribe to that, and I'll make sure I have one of them. University of Abuja is a very vast land. We have 11,800 hectares of land, and with lots of mountains around the campus. So it's a very important conservation area where, if you search very well, there are lots of bats around. We have very good areas that have not been habited yet. And then we've also seen traces of bat population in that particular area. We'll do our best as a university to see how we can also protect them. The Save Bats, Save Human initiative is very, very important. I'm reversing it because I'm a vet, so let me start with animal. So Save Bats, Save Human, not just to... So, and also as a veterinarian, we'll do the best we can to also offer advice to policymakers on campus. Luckily, I'm also part of the management. So whatever it takes that we're going to do to conserve bat population on campus and even within the university environment, we're going to do that. She bring one greetings to you. This week is full of lot of activities. We have council election tomorrow, and so she asked me to quickly come, and I'm not going to stay till the end. She asked me to come around briefly, give her goodwill message, and then get back. She's proud of us, and for everything we do, she's ready to support. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idoko. I thought you were going to say we're going to also incorporate, in response to what Dr. Iroro said, we're going to incorporate bat handling in our animal handling. And is it 200 level we teach animal handling? Yeah. So yeah, Dr. Iroro has suggested that we do something about that. So thank you very much for your presentation. Next is Farmalat. Yeah, I think Dr. Eugenia is representing the CEO of Farmalat. Am I correct? Farmalat. Is there a representative for Goodwill message? You're shy. Don't worry, I'm a fellow lady. I'll give you some warm hug so that you be confident. Thank you for coming. Can we put our hands together for her? Just to encourage this beautiful damsel. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
All right, say something to us.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Grace, for this opportunity. And I'm a bit overwhelmed because I didn't even know I was going to be attending this event today, and it's been very, very insightful. Learning about bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria, learning about, what SMACON is also doing. I'm very impressed with the work, and they really made an important point, right? We need to approach zoonoses from a behavioral change point of view, and that way you can see the effect of every preventive measure that you try to put in zoonotic disease. Education and awareness is good, but then when you go from a behavioral point of view, you get people to be active in whatever preventive measure, and then you have maximum results in whatever programs that you're effecting. And I'm really, really happy to be a part of this program today because it's been really insightful for me. And what I also want to do as an epidemiologist here. I'm an aspiring epidemiologist, and I'm very sure that my CEO, of course, he's sending his mom his love, and I'm very sure if he's here, he'd have a lot to say. And once again, from Farmalat, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this program, and thank you for taking your time to educate each and every one of us on bat conservation and zoonosis in Nigeria, and would be sure to go out and spread the word to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. You see, you did so well. Please put your hands together again for her. Thank you. Thank you, Farmalat, for all the support that you have been giving us. We're grateful. And next is Blue Blood. My very senior colleague, Dr. Bala Mohammed, is here, and we are really honored. Please, can you put your hands together for Dr. Bala Mohammed? Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The organizers and my teachers from Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, senior colleagues here present, registrar, before my name is taken out of the list. Thank you so very much. I will not have anything to say if I had, because I overwhelmed start with. When, is it Dr. Shaw from, right. When he was speaking, I said, I'm too old already to go back to the university and underlining some of the things that you've said. But they actually made a lot of sense to what we do on the field as vet. But to put things in the right perspective was Dr. Iroro, who was trying to kick against fumigation of bat. And I remember the day, some of us will always want to go for fumigation, and if you say we don't eat them, you should at least allow us to exterminate them. And in the extermination, I am not saying we should eat, but let us drive them out and then charge some money. But I am happy the way you put it. It is the one that will also guarantee money. In fact, even bigger wallet, coming to us, because you did propose should go, all of us, when it has to do with dealing with this beautiful mamas. So I'd like to thank most from all of us. A lot of vets walking around, some of these things are not here. And I'm happy I made it. You know, I left a farm last night in Mina, 7 p.m. And I said to myself, if I don't attend this, if I leave there and said I will come this morning, it will be a terrible thing. She is going to withdraw my certificate, and that will be disastrous. I will want to commit that we do more of this, look and get more focus, particularly as we talk about zoonosis getting out of hand in this part of the world. I think some 27 years ago, I got a contract from State House, and I went, hired an aircraft from Jos First Aviation to fumigate State House, because the military were just on my neck that the bat, I mean, anybody that knows Abuja know that State House is their first home. And, you know, I tried like a month trying to convince the military chaps in charge, particularly one Major Mohammed, who was in charge of the artillery unit of the State House. That place is loaded with snipers. You have guys with sophisticated arms, you know, in the bush, and then those birds defecate on them from morning till night. So it was a two-level kind of contract. We were able to get rid of the crocodiles that were harassing them. Then the second stage was the hippos, right? And the last one that was just too much for everyone was the bat. And when they talked, somebody said he has a Nupe vet that is able to do that. And when they talk about that, they are talking about witchcraft. And then so they invited me in, and I was there, and I tried to let them know that, yes, you actually have different levels of witch, but these ones are not my level. And I tried to talk to them, but they refused. The only thing that stopped that contract in trying to get to fumigate them was that the day they paid was the day General Sani Abacha died. And I said, oh, very bad enough, but thank God we didn't go ahead with that. And the entire thing was reversed. And that is how we got a lot of people like Dr. Iroro to work on them. And it's been ongoing. But for the nature of the area, it's not been allowing scientists to go in there. But thank God the uniform guys are here. And I think these are some of the things that you need to explore. And you also have a lot of estates in Abuja here. I tell you a story. BNL quarters was said to be one home for bats. And coincidentally, when COVID came, we lost a lot of high-level guys, experts, to COVID in BNL than any estate you can think of. And I have that record. And sometimes when you talk about this, you are not going to be too lousy so that you don't spoil some people's business. And then they will now say you have to get at driving those bats away. But thank you for the work you do. And also consider us as supporters in whatever way we can support what you're doing. If anything, please don't stop teaching us how we can keep the birds safe, like Dr. Idoko would say, before we keep the humans safe, because if anything, it's the humans that are going after the birds. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We're very grateful, sir. And we're told rightly, what they eat, don't disturb what they eat, don't disturb where they live. Then we'll have a safe human population. We're so grateful, sir, for, I mean, I was just listening. I was like, oh, really? You mean, wow. So it was really, it's so wonderful that you came and you shared that, you know, so you see the wealth of experience. That's why I say he's my very senior colleague. I mean, I didn't smell vet school when Dr. Bala finished. So I'm like, baby, as far as it's concerned. So don't be deceived by his youthful face. So I have to just say that. So next is Amazing World of Animals. Is another lecturer of mine. I mean, he taught me while I was in vet school. I don't know if he's here. Del Rey Consultancy. Del Rey. Okay, maybe you couldn't make it. He really wanted to be here. And we have, so there is this company that has reached out to us, and they've been really interested in this symposium, and they would like to give a goodwill message. So please permit me to call Doppel Homes Limited. Is that the name? Is that how you, Doppel Homes? All right. Can we put our hands together for this beautiful lady as she comes to the front to take the mic and give her goodwill message? Thank you, Ma, for coming.
You're welcome. Yeah, good day, everyone present here. My name is Scholastica Dominic Ufedo Ojo, Mrs. We are happy as a company to stand before you this afternoon for the initiative Safe Human Safe Bats. To me, is an avenue to learn. I have learned a lot here. I never knew human can peacefully coexist with bats. Same time, they also have their negative effect on us. I think it's a campaign that my company will also need to spread across the world. And I want to also tell her, Mrs. Grace, that this initiative also has to start from the rural. You shouldn't be here alone. The people back here, back there, I mean, need to know about how to live peacefully with a bat, because that's where the main thing is happening, not really here. So the goodwill from my company, on behalf of the chairman, Sir Dominic Olim, at Doppel Homes, we extend our heartfelt support to Safe Humans, Safe Bat initiative. We recognize the vital role bat plays in maintaining ecological balance, and close human and environmental health are connected. As a company, we are committed to sustainable living and responsible development. We stand with you in advocating for a future where both people and wildlife thrive together. About Doppel Homes. Doppel Homes is a trusted, affordable, and verifiable real estate company committed to providing quality residential and commercial properties. That means you can get a plot from us and rear bats. We are located at a strategic location across Abuja and its environment, with a focus on transparency, integrity, and client satisfaction. Doppel Homes is a place where affordability meets luxury. Come live with us at Doppel Home. Come rear your bats with us at Doppel Home, and come and let us make it together as a family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Doppel Holmes. All right, so you heard Dr. Bala, you've heard Dr. Iroro talking about, you know, I don't know if somebody showed a home inhabited by bats. Or am I just imagining from my work in, okay, maybe from my work. When I arrived at Pandam Game Reserve, the communities there in 2011, okay, the rangers are smiling, they know. So the communities there took me to some homes that they have, some huts that they, well, they are rooms really. They have deserted and left it for the bats, because the bats have inhabited it and they don't want to disturb the bats, you know. So Goodwill Homes needs to look into how we can also, in our construction of homes, make sure that we don't disturb our bats. You know, this encroachment into their habitat, taking what belongs to them, and we want to possess it and begin to make estates. Let's watch out so that we don't destroy the habitat of our bats. Am I correct? Yeah, I'm right. So thank you very much, Goodwill Homes, and thank you for supporting what we're doing. We're very grateful. Okay. We have the NANS representative. That's the NAN. You know, I'm a lecturer, so I have to honor my students. So we have the NANS representative. What is that his name again? NANS representative from Ahmadu Bello University's area. Is he here? Okay, he has stepped out. Okay, so I wanted him to say, to give a word of a goodwill message, but in his absence, I think we're done with goodwill message. I don't know if, okay. Oh, IFSA. Goodness, thank you. So another student association is the International Veterinary Students, Veterinary Students Association, right? Please come over. Come over. You guys, two of you came, right? Okay, come over. Let's see you guys. So IFSA is one organization within the students' body that have been working on health. And I think every year for the past 6 years, they always reach out to War Against Rabies Foundation for support. So I present to you IFSA. Thank you.
Good day, distinguished guests, organizers, researchers, and fellow advocates. I am Abubakar Adamu, a 500 level veterinary medical student from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. I bring warm greetings from International Veterinary Students Association, Nigeria, IVSA. It is a great privilege to represent a national body as their Secretary General, who is committed to advancing animal health, public health, and environmental sustainability. Today's conversation on bat conservation and zoonoses in Nigeria is one of that resonates deeply with us. Bats play a critical ecological role, yet they are often misunderstood. While they support biodiversity through pollination and pest control, disruption of their natural habitats can heighten the risk of zoonotic disease transmission, a concern that links conservation directly to human and animal health. At IVSA Nigeria, we are not standing aside. We are ready to be a voice. With over 12 local member organizations across the country and an active student membership of approximately 3,000 to 5,000, we believe we are in a strong position to support awareness campaign and community education at scale. As a step forward, I am pleased to share that our upcoming National Congress, scheduled to hold from 2nd to 7th September at Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Umudike, we have invited a keynote speaker to specially address our members on bat conservation and its relevance to zoonosis disease prevention in Nigeria. This is part of our strategy to build informed ambassadors among students who will carry this message beyond the classroom into the community. We look forward to learning, collaborating, and taking actions with key stakeholders here today. Together, let's champion conservation, prevent disease, and shape a healthier future. Thank you very much from IVSA, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, IVSA. Yeah, IVSA. Thank you very much for the goodwill remark. So our time is well spent. We want to change the schedule a little. We want to go out, take pictures. Please don't go. Please don't go. We have food for you. And then we have presentations. You listened to the first part of the presentations. Believe me, you don't want to miss these other ones that we're going into. And then after that, we're going to have discussions. We're going to sit down in groups with other colleagues, other people, participants. I'm going to discuss. And what we're going to discuss are things that will be actionable by by all of us, actionable points. So please, we need to stay to the end. After the pictures, we come for lunch, get our lunch, come sit down. While we're eating, we get our presentation. We have the presenters present, and then we'll just see how we can maximize the time left, okay? So thank you very much for your patience. And please don't go. Smalcolm brought beautiful shirts for each and every one of you, plus me. So please don't go so that you can be able to get your t-shirts. And then you'll be able to also order for your teddy bear. Okay, teddy bear. Okay, so thank you very much. Let's, Dr. Theophilus, come and let us know how the pictures will be taken so that we're not too scattered. Inside here? Okay. Okay, inside. Okay. Please, I hand over to my beloved co-anchor, Dr. Theophilus, to continue from this point. Dr. Theophilus, thank you.
All right. It's been a very great time here, and I think we'll just take this picture just to while away time, just to clear our head of some things while we go for the next session, right? So quickly, we'll have different sessions of the pictures. So first of all, I want to start with the core team members of the Save Human Save Bat team. So starting from the convener, Dr. Statis, and every member of the core team, please just kindly step outside for the pictures. Dr. Statis, Dr. Sunday Idoko, Dr. Grace, Dr. Veronica, Dr. Philomena, Dr. Iketo, Smakon, yes, Dr. Iroro Tanshi, Dr. Oluchi. Okay, we should take it down. Yeah. Dr. Stephanie, yes.
The smaller bad light ones should be the front. Okay.
Okay, just thank you. Okay, so the core team members remain while we have the National Park Service delegate join us on stage. Let's celebrate them, please. Okay. You can join. Sorry, ma. You can. Uniform personnel. Yeah. Is that so?
I must give you.
Thank you. Committee members, please remain. We have Blue Blood, Dr. Bala Mohammed. We have OHDR representative, FA representative, representing from the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Livestock. Please, let's have that now. Thank you very much. Farmalat, sorry, every other representation, right? Doppel Homes, we can have you on stage too. Ambuvet Consults, yes, thank you. Oh, wow. IBIC, you can also join this. Wait, me do.
I didn't know you're done so much.
This fine, right?
Are you seeing me?
Okay, so we can have all volunteers. Yeah, the ushers, logistics, media team. You can join for the last picture, please. Everyone, yeah. If you want to join, you can have this opportunity. Yes, they're coming. Please, let's be fast. People are coming to the stage, please. There's space here. You can come. Are you doing? Sorry.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Space here. Oh.
They will not see your face.
This is Ah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes. Maybe you get it back. Yeah, find the money, this is all. Well, not always. Oh. Have it a bit. Just means a bit of. Yeah, yeah. So it's my team or something. Yeah, yeah. This will be okay. Yes, but you need to.
Fine, fine. Okay. 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 Okay, so thank you very much for your time thus far. So at this point, we want to go to the next session. But before that, we think it's time for us to have refreshments. And I think our kitchen is ready. So just like we did earlier in the morning, we'll go from this part of the hall. You go back to, you go to the back of the hall, take your food, come back, sit while we have a light music from the background, from the media. So I think the next 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes should be done with this. We continue with the program. We still have about 5 presentations before the end of this program, right? So media, you can help us with that. So please, from this table in front, let's kindly go back to get lunch. Thank you.
It's over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming close. It's been a hell of
Bats are fascinating animals. They make up 1/5 of all mammals, and they play a vital role in the environment. They pollinate plants, they disperse seeds, they protect. My name is Dr. Stathis Jyotis, and I'm a lecturer in biology at the University of Essex, and also a senior research fellow at Imperial College in London. Our lab focuses on how viruses jump from animals, and in particular bats, onto humans and cause disease. Bats are fascinating animals. They make up 1/5 of all mammals, and they play a vital role in the environment. They pollinate plants, they disperse seeds, they protect whole environments. But they also carry a lot of human-infecting viruses. So this initiative started almost 2 years ago when we sampled bats.
So we thought to ourselves, why not start up an initiative where we can help educate people on the dangers associated with these bats? Because these bats I sampled were bats that were actually captured for human consumption. People capture them, people eat them, people sell them, people even live within these bat roosts in Makurdi.
Nigeria is a land of rich biodiversity, home to countless species of flora and fauna. Yet, amidst this natural wealth, many face unforeseen threats that threaten both human health and wildlife conservation. One such overlooked creature is the bat, often misunderstood. Bats play a vital role in our ecosystems, pollinating plants, controlling insect populations, and supporting biodiversity.
Bats are considered as natural insect controllers in our ecosystem. One single bat can consume over 1,000 mosquitoes in one night. And we all know that mosquitoes transmit diseases when they bite us. Without these bats, we have an outburst of mosquitoes in the environment which continue to bite us and continue to transmit malaria to people. So these bats help us by controlling mosquitoes, help us by controlling other insects that prey on our crops in the farm. So if bats are overhunted and they become extinct, we have an overgrowth, a bloom of these insects that will affect our ecosystem.
Safe Human Safe Bat Nigeria initiative is dedicated to creating awareness about the importance of bats and promoting safe human practices around them.
One purpose is clear: to dispel myths surrounding bats, promote safe handling and observation practices, and foster environmental stewardship among Nigerian communities.
Our vision is a Nigeria where humans and bats coexist harmoniously, with communities informed and protected from potential health risks. Our mission is to educate the Nigerian public, raise awareness, and promote safe interaction with bats in order to prevent zoonotic diseases and also to conserve these vital creatures.
Through educational campaigns, outreach programs, and community-based interventions, Safe Humans, Safe Bats Nigeria aims to bridge the gap between conservation and public health, saving lives and protecting our biodiversity.
As part of the Safe Humans, Safe Bats initiative, in order to demystify the misconceptions the society have towards bats, we carried out school awareness among public primary and secondary schools in Makurdi, Benue State. We went there to discuss what bats or the benefits of bats for our environment and how to avoid getting diseases from bats. These we carried out in 10 public schools. The reception was marvelous. The school administrations were happy that due to the nature of bats around the communities and in the schools, that we were trying to bring these children up to increase their knowledge for them to understand bats and the environment. And that we did through educational materials and through lectures. And we also got feedback from them. And based on the feedback, we understood that these children had little knowledge about the wonders of bats, and they were quite appreciative of that.
And we also like for the government to be involved to set up policies that will penalize people who hunt bats, or set up policies that will protect bats and stop people from hunting bats, so that bats can be protected, they can be conserved, we can continue to do all the nice and beautiful things like pollination and seed dispersal in our ecosystem, and we can have a beautiful and a balanced ecosystem.
Together, we can create a future where humans and wildlife thrive side by side. So join us in advancing knowledge, safety, and conservation around wildlife for a healthier Nigeria.
Save humans, save bats Nigeria. Protecting people, conserving nature.
Because of the coach. Yes. So yeah. And I'm careful so it doesn't affect. It's better to charge Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, once again. And I'm sure we've really had time to connect with people and to have taken our lunch. So without wasting so much time, we want to continue with the next session. Please, can we have our attention here, please? The kitchen people, you could help us pick the tables, sorry, the place from the table, so that we can have that very quickly and have our attention to the podium. Okay, so I'm just trying to see how we can do all of that in 1 minute so we can start. Okay, so from our program of events, we go to the next session, which is Zoonoses and Public Health. And we'll have the first presentation centered on bat hunting and zoonotic risks in Nigeria, a case study from Makurdi in Benue State, Nigeria. And that'll be taken by Dr. Veronica Odinya Ame. Please, I will celebrate her while she stands, and we take a citation. So, Dr. Veronica Odinya Ame is a veterinary public health expert and a trained veterinarian with a master's in veterinary public health and preventive medicine, a PhD in veterinary tropical diseases, with over 14 years of research experience. And our work focuses on canine rabies, bat lethal viruses, and other bat-borne zoonoses. She has provided serological evidences of 4 lineages of Lagos bat virus, as well as coronaviruses and paramyxoviruses circulating in bats, especially for human consumption in Makurdi area, Nigeria. She's a passionate public health advocate, and she continues to lead research on emerging and reimagined bat-related diseases and actively promotes bat conservation and zoonotic disease prevention through community outreach and education. So it's my singular honor to have Dr. Veronica Odinya Ame take this session. Please let's celebrate her once again as she comes to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Veronica Odinya Ame. I'm a senior lecturer with the Department of Veterinary Public Health and Preventive Medicine, Joseph Sao Antaka University, Makurdi, formerly known as University of Agriculture, Makurdi. Our slides, they're not up. Okay, I think I can start. All right, today we'll be talking about bat hunting and zoonotic risk in Nigeria. Bat hunting and zoonotic risk in Nigeria, using Makurdi, Benue State as a case study. Nigeria is home to approximately over 100 species of bats, making it one of the most ecologically diverse countries in West Africa. This diversity includes various fruit bats, which are often hunted for food in different parts of the country. Straw-colored fruit bats, also known as, scientifically known as Edelon helvum, are the most hunted fruit bats because of their size. They are quite bigger than the other bats we have, so the hunters tend to get a lot more meat from them, so they hunt them more than the others. Bat hunting in Nigeria is a significant practice, particularly targeting species of the straw-colored fruit bats, which faces increasing pressure from hunting and habitat loss. In Nigeria, bat hunting has both cultural and economic significance. Bats are usually hunted for food. They are hunted for traditional medical purposes. They are also hunted for religious purposes and other uses. Several states in Nigeria have reported bat hunting cases. States like Cross River, Enugu, Plateau, Benue, Nasarawa, Ogun, Oyo, Lagos, Ibadan, and Benin are just a few that bat hunting has been reported in. Some people hunt bats as a source of food because bats serves as an alternative source of protein for for them. So they see it as something that they can easily access, since they have bats roosting in trees just behind their houses or in their houses. So they feel, why should I waste money to go and buy beef, which is so expensive, or goat, which is very expensive? I can just catch bats from behind my house and then make soup with it. So it serves as a source of food, source of protein to people. Then some other people use it as a source of medicine. They believe some parts of bats, like the fur, the skin, the wings, they use them in traditional medical practice. Yes. Then some also use bats as a source of, they get economic benefits. They hunt these bats and sell them. As of 2018, when I was sampling bats, the major bat hunter then told me he could get 500 naira for a single bat, and that was as of 2018. So now imagine with the inflation and then doubling of prices of things, I wonder how much he sells it now. Usually he catches his bats, stores them in cold room. He pays for the bats to be stored in cold room over a period of a month, then transports this bat to eastern states in Nigeria and sells them off. He has a big market there for sales of bats. So it serves as a source of income for some people. Then also, some people have cultural beliefs attached to these bats. They believe bats are source of fertility. Some that have fertility issues, they believe they can get remedy to their fertility issues from consuming bats or praying or doing some sorts of things with them. So people hunt bats for different reasons. In Benue State, I really don't know why these slides are not moving. In Benue State, bat hunting has been reported in different local governments in across Benue State. But particularly, there's a village in the local government that stands out. In that village, bats are protected by the village head. There are very large bat roosts in that village, but there's a regulation against bat hunting. They have believed that these bats are sacred beings. So they are protected by the villagers. Nobody goes there to hunt bats. If you are caught, there'll be penalties attached to it. So in the Balang community, in Chenge village, Tsegbabo, in Buruku local government of Benue State, bats are protected there. In Benue State, especially in Makurdi, we have very large bat roosts present in and around the Benue State government house. Once you enter Makurdi and you tell them you're looking for bats, they'll just direct you go towards government house. Because within the government house, there are several fruit trees, there are mango trees and several other fruits. And you see very large population of bat roosts there. But they don't allow people to come into the government house to hunt these bats. But there are other residential areas around the government house where these bat roosts, and that's where people go to hunt the bats. So you see several private residences located around the government house with fruit trees. You see thousands of these, millions of these bats roosting on the trees. They're actually very beautiful to watch when you go there to see them. So bats roost there. And some other people have bats roosting in their ceilings in their houses. Like in my house, they don't roost in the ceiling, but during fruit season, during mango season, they're always there every evening. You just hear them making their noises and then eating the fruits on the trees every day. So we have lots of bat roosts in Makurdi, Benue State. Then in Makurdi, several people are involved in bat hunting. We have professional bat hunters. We also have school children being involved in bat hunting. We also have housewives, because there was a time I went to collect fecal sample from the bat roost, and I met a young woman with her baby on her back, and she approached me and said, am I interested in buying bats? I said, why? She said she has bats for sale. How? She said she captured them and she sells them to get money. So I said, no, I didn't come to buy bats. Rather, I came to collect samples from them. So imagine a housewife looking for source of income to feed her children. So housewives are involved in bat hunting. Then young adults, some young adults feel is a coming of age thing, especially in some small villages. When they see their older colleagues eating bats, they also want to get involved and say, oh, I have tasted it. And for some, they say it's very delicious. So it's something they can't live without. Even during our educational campaigns, we tried to discourage some, but they were like, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop eating bat meat. So majority of the bats hunted in Makurdi, though, are not consumed by the local inhabitants of Makurdi or local residents in Makurdi. Most of them, like I said earlier, are stored up in cold rooms. There's this hunter that comes, he stays for 1-2 months, captures bats every day in hundreds, and then stores them in cold room. Then at the end of the month, he packs all the stored frozen bats, takes them to the east. That's where his market is. So majority of the bats being hunted in Makurdi are sold outside Benue State. They take them, exported to other states and sold there. This is a picture of one of the bat roosts. This is one of the trees around the government house. Both of them are trees around the government house, just to show us. There are several of them like that in residential places. Then these are some of the bats. Sorry. These are some of the bats that have been hunted. Usually they set their traps in the evening, then they come very early in the morning and take them down from the roost, gather them, they pack them into sacks, some into tobacco bags, then take them to the cold room and sell. Some have special joints where they make pepper soup, and people come in the evening to relax and take a bottle of beer and eat these bats. They do that. So now, let's go to studies carried out in Makurdi so far. Between pre-COVID, between 2017 and 2019, we sampled bats that were captured for human consumption. We harvested their serum because the bats were going to be killed anyway. So we harvested their serum, collected blood samples from them, harvested their serum, and then tested them against, tested them for the presence of Lagos bat Lissa virus, which is a type of Lissa virus that have the potential to infect human beings and cause rabies. So we tested them, and surprisingly, we found that over 74% of the samples tested were able to neutralize Lagos bat Lissa virus of different lineages. Yes, so we're surprised because in Nigeria, only one lineage, that's the lineage B, has been identified in Nigeria. So we're shocked that we were able to find all the 4 lineages. That's this serum from this bat were able to neutralize the virus itself, which means these bats may have been exposed to 1 or 2 of these lineages of the virus, which makes us a little bit scared because if they have been exposed, even though they don't come down and show the disease, there's a potential that they can transmit this virus to us or to other animals. So we did that in between 2017 and 2019. Also, sera from bats were also tested in another study. Were tested against influenza virus, to check for presence to see if they could neutralize Henipa and Nipah viruses and Ebola viruses. And some of them, quite a number, were positive, were able to neutralize bat influenza virus and Henipa and Nipah viruses, which is also scary because there's a potential for human infection that can cause serious disease in human beings. We also carried out a public health awareness in bats, but public health awareness among bat hunters, bat meat consumers, and people residing around bat roosts to try to know if they had an idea that these bats carry disease-causing organisms, and if they know that there's a potential for them to get sick from handling bats or even hunting bats. And we were surprised to know that, out of all the 154 persons that were interviewed, only about 50 had good knowledge or had average knowledge to say that, yes, these bats can be harmful or we can get harmful pathogens from these bats. Majority of them did, or the other 50 did not know. And then over 90% of those that we interviewed did not wear any protective clothing, did not use hand gloves, did not use anything. They touched these bats directly. They processed the bats directly. Some of them even reported that they have been beaten by these bats. And did you do anything when you were beaten by the bats? They said no. Like one of the bat hunters, we even advised, we had wanted to give him anti-rabies vaccine, at least to protect him against rabies. When we found out that Lissa viruses, these bats were possibly exposed to Lissa viruses. We had wanted to vaccinate him. We bought the vaccines and all. He refused. He rejected the vaccine. He said he's been doing this bat hunting for several years, that he even went all the way to Ivory Coast. Yes, Ivory Coast to learn bat hunting. His father hunted bats. His brother hunts bats till today. And his brother is in Ivory Coast. That's the business his brother does in Ivory Coast. So he went all the way to Ivory Coast to learn bat hunting. So he doesn't feel he can ever get sick from either hunting bats or from getting bitten by bats or from even eating bats. So it's a terrible situation, and it's difficult convincing individuals like this that they can get sick. Then we also tested this sera to check whether they could neutralize coronaviruses. And we're surprised that this sera from this same bats that we collected pre-COVID was able to neutralize the COVID-19 virus. Yes, the sera harvest. Anyway, this work has not been published, but it's being reviewed right now by BCM Veterinary Research. So it's been reviewed by them. But we had over 7.4% of the sera that were tested were able to neutralize the COVID-19 virus, the variant isolated, the INMI1 variant isolated from Italy. Yes, it was able to neutralize that. Then we also had about 17.57% of the sera were able to neutralize the Omicron variant of COVID-19, which is scary. So when I came back in 2022, I was like, wow, we need to see whether we can isolate the viral RNA or get the viral RNA from this bat. So I collected fecal samples from the same bat roost. Then I couldn't go back, so I had to send the fecal samples to the Animal and Health Production Agency in Weybridge, and then they checked. Out of the over 120 fecal samples I sent, one sample, they're able to recover viral RNA from one sample. So we sequenced that to see whether there was any match with previously isolated coronavirus, and we found a 98% match with the lineage D of beta coronaviruses, or beta coronavirus that was isolated from Cameroon in 2013. So that's to say, these bats in Makurdi that are living behind our houses and eating our mango trees have been exposed to this coronavirus, or might even harbor the coronavirus, but we hardly see them get sick. But there's a possibility that they can transmit them to we human beings, since there's a close interaction. People live with them every day. You can't tell people to abandon their houses because bats are roosting on trees in their houses, or I don't know. So we need to do something to help people and help the bats. So in conclusion, different studies on bat population in Makurdi have shown that Lissa viruses, Henipaviruses, Nipah viruses, bat influenza virus, and other coronaviruses may be circulating in this bat population. Then there are viruses with, these are viruses with high zoonotic potential that can spread to humans and can lead to possible pandemics if we're not careful. Then we also found out that 93.5% of bat handlers and hunters do not use any protective clothing at all. They handle the bats with their bare hands and can easily get infected if there's something to pass on. Then we also found that 50.6% of the respondents had good knowledge of bats. That's just about half of our respondents had good knowledge. The other half did not have any idea about bats and their disease-carrying potential. So from all the studies we've done, our recommendation is, 1, to enhance public education among bat handlers. These bat handlers include those who eat bat meat, those who hunt bats, those who reside around bat roosts. Yes, we need to educate them, tell them about the dangers of interacting with these bats, and encourage them to stop bat hunting. Then we need to carry out further studies to characterize bat coronavirus and to understand their zoonotic potential for spillover events due to boot meat hunting practices in Makurdi and in Nigeria at large. Then we also need to carry out more comprehensive investigation to monitor changes in bat virus prevalence, distribution over time, and across different geographic locations. Then there's also a need for policies to discourage bat hunting and consumption, and also suggest alternate sources of protein for bat meat consumption, for bat meat consumers, so they don't continue to hunt our bats into extinction. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Veronica. Can we please celebrate her once again? Okay, so I'm sure we've had so many conversations, and in between this conversation, we've had maybe questions going through our minds and all of that. Very soon we'll have time for question and answers. But let's quickly run down through the presentations, then we can go into the question and answer session. So the next presentation we'll be having So the next presentation will be centered on rabies in indoor dogs, a case of possible bat spillover in a Nigerian household, and that will be led by Dr. Michelle Batari Dauda from the Gombe State Health Press and War Against Rabies Foundation. Please, Dr. Michelle, can we have you standing? Okay. So quickly, we have his citation or his profile. Dr. Michelle Dauda is a dynamic field veterinarian. Okay, can you come out so it will be easier to just continue? So Dr. Michelle Dauda is a dynamic field veterinarian, an epidemiologist, One Health advocate, and a result-driven project management specialist. He holds a Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, a Master of Public Health in Epidemiology, and is currently pursuing an MSc in One Health at the University of Jos, Nigeria. He is also a graduate of the NFE-LTP Frontline Program and a Health Literacy and Leadership Fellow from the Academy of Public Health, West Africa Institute of Public Health. Dr. Dauda serves as the Extension Officer for the World Bank Gombe Health Press Project and a One Health focal person at the Gombe State Public Health Emergency Operations Center. His career spans impactful roles, including his time as a veterinary officer with the World Bank Regional Disease Surveillance Enhancement Project, the REDISE project. He has coordinated multi-stakeholder projects, conducted needs assessments, and managed emergency and resilience programs in conflict-affected regions, working closely with government agencies, NGOs, and international partners. He's also a recipient of the FCDO-funded ProPom Plus grants, and he has pioneered several veterinary paraprofessional and community animal health initiatives, improving grassroots animal health in Gombe State and beyond. As a volunteer focal person for the War Against Rabies Foundation, he has led numerous campaigns against rabies and other zoonotic diseases. He is committed to youth engagement, good governance, and inclusive development. Dr. Dauda has so much work in vaccination campaigns, zoonotic disease surveillance, and community training as exemplified in this One Health approach, integrating human, animal, and environmental health to create sustainable impact. It will be my pleasure to welcome Dr. Michelle Dauda to the podium to have his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I feel privileged to stand before you this afternoon. The previous speakers have highlighted the critical role that bats play. Okay. The previous speakers have highlighted the critical role that bats play in maintaining a stable ecosystem once you don't disturb their habitat. There are concerns, however, on the potential spillover of diseases from these bats to animals and to humans. So that takes me to this case report. I'll be presenting on rabies in an indoor dog, a case report of possible bat spillover in a Nigerian household.
This is next slide. This one. This next slide.
Okay. So according to the World Organization for Animal Health, rabies is a fatal viral disease that is transmitted through the bite of animals, primarily domestic dogs. The disease is a serious public health problem, and according to WHO, it has been designated as a neglected tropical disease. Though the disease is vaccine preventable, it causes 59,000 human deaths yearly. And these are mainly seen in Africa and Asia. The disease is endemic in Nigeria, including Gombe State, despite control measures. And on the left or on the right, you will see a spot map of Gombe State showing the situation of rabies in Gombe State. You see yellow spots showing suspected cases, red spots showing the confirmed cases. The red stars, we have 4 red stars showing the 4 human deaths that we have recorded in Gombe State. So bats are recognized as potential reservoirs, wildlife, domestic interval. Okay, sorry for that. So the wildlife domestic interface can trigger spillover. Now, timely surveillance and cross-sectional collaboration is key to identification of this disease and control. This is a case report that describes a diagnosed case of rabies, rabid dog with a possible spillover in Gombe State. Case overview. On the 3rd of April 2023, a 3-year-old female child was presented to the area veterinary clinic by her mother with dog bite wounds on the lips. Now, the girl was beaten by the household dog, and the dog was reared intensively. And the vaccination of the dog had expired 3 months prior to the date of the incident. The incident occurred at Area 11 Bypass Road, Akko local government of Gombe State. And this is a new settlement in Gombe State, formerly occupied by fruit trees, especially the mango and cashew trees. But due to the new road that was constructed in that area, urbanization has occurred and people have built houses in that location. So this is a picture of the case. Can we have this in bold? Yes. So plate 1 is showing the image of the 3-year-old girl with dog bite wounds on her lips. As you can see, the white arrow is pointing to the wounds on her lips. Plate 2 is showing the image of the household dog. And plate 3 is showing the image of the household environment. That is the compound of the house. And you can see the black arrow pointing towards the cashew tree and the white arrow pointing towards the guava tree. Now, the cashew tree is a tree that bears fruits, and based on history, bats are found around the tree. So One Health response efforts. For case management, the victim's wound was washed with soap and water for 15 minutes. The victim was commenced on post-exposure prophylaxis regimen at the Gombe State Specialist Hospital on days 0, 3, 7, 14, and 28. The wound was treated openly. Tetanus toxoid was administered, analgesic and antibiotics were also administered. Unfortunately, we couldn't get immunoglobulin to administer to the patient due to unavailability. The dog was placed under 14 days quarantine under veterinary supervision. For coordination, subject matter experts from the Ministries of Agriculture, Health and Environment were convened at the Public Health Emergency Operations Center. A rabies incident management system was activated with the Director of Veterinary Services as the incident manager. The incident was reported to relevant stakeholders, and a visit to the household for further assessment was conducted. So when we went to the house, we quarantined the dog. Now we were looking for answers because the owner stated that the dog has been reared indoors and has never gone out. So the question now was, how did the dog get this virus? Or now we needed to quarantine. We quarantined the dog, and we asked if there are other animals around the house. The owner told us that there are no animals, but he has seen bats hanging around the cashew tree. They usually come around the night, and by 6 a.m., they had left. So we quarantined the dog. For laboratory efforts, the dog manifested nervous signs, that is aggressiveness and continuous barking 2 days into quarantine. So we euthanized the dog, and the head of the dog was collected by the rapid response team, packaged and sent to MVRI VOM for laboratory analysis via the Zamil Transport Services. Zamil Transport Logistics is a logistic company engaged by the NCDC to transport samples on behalf of states to ease the cost and headaches of transportation of samples. The test used was the direct fluorescent antibody test at MVRI, and this is the procedure. Now, a positive result was seen, and in this plate 2, you can see a pictomicrograph at ×20 following the DFAT test, indicating a clear positive reaction on the brain tissue sample from the dog. Aliquots of the DFAT reagent diluted in ratio of 1:40 in phosphate buffered saline. Under surveillance and epidemiology, following laboratory confirmation, now that the dog is positive, the victim was given full dose of post-exposure prophylaxis on days 0, 3, 7, 14, and 28, and we monitored the patient throughout the period. Now, we also conducted community active case search to look for unreported cases. And then we also searched for stray dogs and cats within the community, but we didn't find any at that moment. There was previous history of stray dog found in the community, and it had bitten some children. The samples were sent, that is in 2022, samples were sent to MVRI and it was confirmed positive. So that community is known for rabies outbreak. So high-risk persons were given pre-exposure prophylaxis, that is the hunters, the veterinarians, and the veterinary paraprofessionals, with the support from the Department of Veterinary and Pest Control Services under the then Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, now Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. We also conducted risk communication and community engagement. We sensitized the people in that community, and then we went on radio to also enlighten the whole public. Outcome. Now, this is after the post-exposure prophylaxis. The child had completed PEP regimen, the 5 shots. We followed up this year, 2025 in June. Then when the incident happened, the girl was 3 years. She is now 5 years. The wounds have healed and she is healthy. Our recommendations. There's a need to enforce annual rabies vaccination in dogs, in all dogs, Public enlightenment on rabies risk and wildlife interactions is critical. And there's a need to also improve accessibility and affordability of these rabies post-exposure prophylaxis and immunoglobulin. In our own case, we only use the post-exposure prophylaxis. We couldn't access the immunoglobulin. And the bite occurred in the head, which is a critical area. There's also a need to formalize the integrated bite case management system to link bite reporting, animal observation, and human treatment, ensuring coordinated follow-up across sectors. There's a need to strengthen the One Health collaboration that is currently ongoing in Gombe State. And there's a need to support ecological and molecular studies on local bat species to map out their behavior, their habitat use, the pathogens that they may carry, so that targeted informed prevention strategies can be conducted. In conclusion, routine rabies vaccination is critical, irrespective of the confinement. You can't say that because your dog is always indoor, your dog cannot get, or your pet cannot get rabies. Indoor pets can still encounter wildlife, such as bats, as seen in this case, creating unnoticed zoonotic transmission risks. One Health coordination is non-negotiable. We have seen it in this case. The One Health collaboration really helped us to achieve the outcome that we saw. Even partial but timely treatment can save lives, but full access to immunoglobulin remains crucial for best outcomes. In our case, we didn't use immunoglobulin, and we didn't stop and say that we are not going to treat the victim. We went ahead and used the post-exposure prophylaxis, and God so kind, the outcome was favorable. Tailored public enlightenment, emphasizing wildlife, pet, and human interfaces drives early reporting, bite response, and supports ongoing prevention. I acknowledge the following people who have supported this case management. And this is the 3-year-old girl, now 5-year-old. She celebrated her birthday this year. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dauda Michel, for that insight from the rabies perspective. So without wasting much time, we'll take the next presentation, and that will be the presentation on bat ecology and implication for emerging infectious diseases in Nigeria. And that will be taken by Dr. Pam Luka. Please, can we celebrate him, please? So we have Dr. Pam Luka with us on stage. So quickly, we'll just go through his profile. Dr. Pam Luka is an Assistant Director of Technology with the National Veterinary Research Institute, NVRI VOM, and currently serves as the Acting Coordinator of the Nigerian site of the West Africa Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases, WAC-EID. His work focuses on infectious diseases infecting mammals, bats, mosquitoes, and human clinical cases. He has nearly 2 decades of experience in veterinary research and diagnosis of diseases of public health and economic significance. Dr. Luka is a passionate educator and a mentor. He's a visiting lecturer at the University of Jos and collaborates with other academic institutions within and outside Nigeria. He earned his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from the University of Maiduguri in 2002, followed by his MSc and PhD degrees in molecular biology and virology from Makerere University, Kampala, Uganda in 2010 and 2017, respectively. Dr. Luka joined the MVRI in 2005 and continues to contribute to advancing veterinary public health through research, training, and leadership. So let's welcome Dr. Pam Luka as he gives his presentation once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to start by appreciating those who came before me. Statis gave a good introduction to my presentation. And I think when she was presenting, I remember there was one of your publications that I reviewed that got me into trouble. So I think there's a people in frontiers, right? Uh-huh. So, and then where's Iroro? She has stepped out. Okay. So I'm going to give a presentation on bat ecology, right? And the implication on emerging and reemerging infectious diseases. Because all we have been talking about is these bats that we interrelate with, or we live in the same ecosystem. And if we don't do certain things, we may end up putting ourselves in trouble. Good. Let me start by this icebreaker. Is this man inside the house or outside the house? Is he inside the house or outside the house? Okay, I'll leave you, keep your answers to yourself. But what you see matters. The way you process it matters, right? As for some of us, certain things are, don't care, then tomorrow it becomes a problem, right? So, but be careful what you see. So there's these two books that I have read. One is The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell, right? If you read that book, you see how, for example, things become trendy. They don't start overnight, right? They start maybe in a little way, and then all of a sudden they become, they become the culture. They become the norm. So the same thing with diseases. Sometimes we ignore them until they become a big, like Stati said, Corona did not just come from the blues. It has been there. Or maybe we never paid attention. And the same thing when you read Medici Effect, you said, what elephants and epidemics can teach us about innovation. So you get to understand certain concepts and certain ideas about life and about the things we interact with that sometimes we overlook before they become a big problem. But again, we have a problem in our hands. UN has projected that Nigerian population by 2050 will be 450 million. Now we are 200 million and we are struggling, right? So, and 2050 is around the corner. What shall we do? So this is it. But by the turn of the century, will be 700 million. Nigeria alone. So whatever you are thinking now, like the question I asked you, is the man inside the house or outside the house? We have a problem. Whether you process it well or not, we have a problem. And if the problem looks smaller now, you can imagine how it will look like by 2050. Perhaps you may say, I will not be there. But some of us will be there, or our children will be there. So we need to do the right thing so that those coming will not have some of these challenges. I think Statis gave a similar picture of this, how, emerging infectious diseases have emerged over the years. So we have not had the last of it. We're still going to have more. He says it's not a question of how, but when, right? So those things are coming. So bats in Africa, we have them. In fact, you heard from the presentation of Iroro, the southern belt from southern Nigeria into Cameroon to Congo or DRC, it's a very rich hotspot for different species and variety of bats. So we should not, we should not ignore that, right? And Nigeria alone has over 100 species of bats. So, and I'm sure there are still more yet to be discovered. So we have different types of them. I will not bother you with, but we all know that these birds feed in the night. Veronica said they come to your house because you have mango trees. The same thing with me. If you are sleeping at night, you hear their sound, or sometimes mangoes falling. So it can be annoying for light sleepers, and for deep sleepers, no problem. You forget. Uh-oh. Okay, how do these diseases emerge? There are certain factors that enable the emergence of these diseases, and one of it is urbanization. We all know that we have transformed, like we told her this morning, that she has transformed. You know, the way we used to do things are not the same with the way we do them now. For example, with our phones, what we do with our phones now, we're not doing those things with them in 10 years or 20 years backward. So things have urbanization, globalization, increased movement. You move easily. If you go to, in fact, our local terminal here, you understand what movement is. I used to think that is only the bus park, but when you go to even the local domestic terminal, you see that people are moving. And that can also be a problem. In fact, I got engaged with a professor from University of London, Ali Muddin Zumla, where we look at mass gathering medicine. You know, like now we have all gathered, right? There are so many things that should go into it, because if not, we may end up with certain issues. For example, even restroom, as simple as restroom is here, it can be a big problem. As simple as the food is, it can be a problem. Sitting arrangement and other things can give rise to problems. So all those things we need to pay attention to, because they lead to emergence. So these are bats that we've trapped. And I think we have seen them. So what we do is that we trap them using licensed people who should trap, so that you not arrest me after this. We have licensed people with their plural, AP Leventis Ornithological Research Center. I don't go trapping. I'm not licensed to trap, but so they are part of our team members. So we have trapped them. What we do, we collect the feces and we also collect the swab. So we have collected a number of bat species, and we're able to do, characterize them genotypically using the mitochondria gene. And some of them, we get them right, some we got them wrong. And but of course, the issue is that you can never run away from the phenotypic, identification of bats. But of course, it's also good to do the genotypic one to be able to say, okay, these are the bats we are dealing with. And some of these from the map of Nigeria there, you can see what we call human footprint index, right? Which talks about human activity. So there's a lot of human activity that also plays a role in the abundance of some of these bats that we are dealing with. I'm sure if not because the bats in Makurdi, some of them are located within the government house, they would have been decimated. So some of these activities, once they are there, you find out that either it reduces the population or the abundance of these bats, or it pushes them to some other location where they can be, Where's my laptop? Okay, thank you. Good. So this is part of the work that we recently carried out, looking at the phenotypic and also the genotypic identification of bats. Sometimes you may identify these bats. If you rely on the phenotypic characteristics, you may miss the species. So we encourage that you you do the genotypic one. But of course, again, we have this assessment by some of our colleagues who were working on the field and talked about the potential zoonotic diseases that we could get involved with because of our activity, especially along the Idanre, community. Because Idanre community is a community that have a festival surrounding bats. I know a lot of people have worked on that, but of course, you see that they eat those bats. They do this celebration once a year. In fact, you can't go into that cave. You can't go into that cave. You only go in, you only have the bats when they catch them. Then you can do whatever and give it back to them. Yes, you give it back to them. I think this picture has been explained to us from the wild or from the forest where you have some of us go to interact. Some of these things it also involves us and the park rangers. I'm not sure some of you work within the forest and things like that, and you're also at risk. Yes. So you may wonder how I get this. Maybe it's one witch from my village. No, it's not a witch. It's where you have been and the nature of your work. So please, there's no superhuman being. It only exists in cartoon, right? It only exists in cartoon, please. I used to tell my children when they climb on top of the bed and be jumping, it's not cartoon, no, this is real. If you fall, you get injured. So, So, okay, this also is another map of Nigeria showing us where we have worked and the abundance of these bats as we encounter them, right? And the variety of species or the species diversity that we also found. So, but interestingly, what we've noticed is that with a lot of human index, footprint index, that is human activity around a particular area, you realize that the more the activity, sometimes the less the abundance of bats, right? And of course, again, except if the bats are able to move to a new place. But of course, like we said, with increased human activity, increased population growth, where there's demand for land for housing, demand for land for farming, some of these things affect the population of bats. So we have done some surveillance work from the bats we have captured. We have screened them. Thank God we don't have Ebola. We've not picked Ebola from them, but that doesn't mean that it may not be there tomorrow, because we never sample all the bats. We've not found Marburg. We've not found Nipah viruses. We've not found Nipah. But interestingly, we have found hantaviruses, right? And hantaviruses are associated with kidney problems in humans. So, but for coronaviruses, yes, we have found coronaviruses in humans, in camels, in rodents, and also in bats, right? So this, like I said, we have some socio-cultural activities that are around bat colonies or bat roosts, right? For example, the Idonre is called Isu Ishe Festival. And then you can see that the hunters, they say it's a delicacy anyway, but there's something that you cannot really do with people's way of life. You may just have to do a re-education, right? Reorientation. If not, you cannot get away. So, but some of these bats feed on insects, some of them feed on fruits, and some of them are carnivorous, and they help to create a balance in the ecosystem. Because if you take out the bats, you may have the mosquitoes, and you may have other flies that may affect our crops. If you take out the bats, you may also not have certain things in place. So we have to strike a balance to live together. They have their reason for being there. We have ours. So let's keep them, and they keep our ecosystem in check. There's a guy who is into snakes. He said, once you eliminate snakes, you have more of rodents. So which one will you want to have? You want to eliminate snakes and have rodents, or you want to keep rodents and the snake take care of it? All right. So these are cases of spillovers. Mama Grace have done some work on coronaviruses, paramyxoviruses, from bats that she collected in Nigeria in 2018. So, and then you have some other people who have also done work on Lissa virus around that Idonri. And we also have people who have, like, for example, the Ebola case in DRC, where they found antibodies to Ebola in some of those bats. So bats are, I don't know the physiology of bats, I don't know the mechanism, but somehow God has created them to not come down with some of these things. And maybe it's a way of also balancing the ecosystem. Uh-oh. It stopped. So we need to protect, right, the bats so that we can also be safe. Or we need to protect ourselves so that the bats can also remain there. So all this map is just to tell us that, okay, there are things that we need to do to be able to ensure that we live safe, and the bats are also there to help ensure that we don't come down with some of these things. Because if we eliminate them, for example, you may not know what they take care of, right? So it's just like when you do the knockout, maybe you do a gene discovery, or you want to know what role genes play. You do a gene knockout, and eventually you now realize, okay, this gene is controlling diabetes. So if we don't have them, want to do experiment, I think that would be nice. Because eliminating bats would be like doing an experiment on ourselves. Because we want to know whether these bats, what role they play. But it's something that we can do, but I'm sure it will cost us a lot at the end of the day. So for us in WAC EID, our recommendation is that we need to continue surveillance, because surveillance is not something you do once and stop. Just like Veronica said, the serum she collected neutralizes SARS-CoV and in fact, the Omicron strain, right? So you can never know what is there except if you continue to carry out surveillance. So surveillance should be a continuous thing. And I think for us in WAC EID, what we do is that we have veterinarians, we have medical doctors, so that those human beings that have clinical cases are taken to the hospital. We have the social scientists who also help us to understand the human behavior around some of these things, right? We have the zoologists, those who are entomologists, the ornithologists, and the like. So because when we do that, it helps us to understand the complexity of the ecosystem, right? And also prefer the right, solution to whatever we have. So we encourage One Health approach and also encourage the protection of the ecosystem. So I'd like to acknowledge our partners, the UTMB Health, that's the University of Texas Medical Branch, the Pasteur Institute in Dakar, University of Jos, Kenema Government Hospital, Jos University Teaching Hospital, AP Leventis, MVRI VOM, and Njala University in Sierra Leone. And thank you, Mama Grace, for inviting us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luca Pam. Yeah, thank you very much for that insight. So the next presentation will be by Dr. Ellison Wash. She'll be talking about promoting the health of bats and people in shared environment. The presentation will be taken on the screen. Yeah, we have a pre-recorded message of her. So just before the media set up that, we can quickly take a profile. So she's from the Bat Conservation Trust in the UK, and she has a wealth of experience that includes leading teams dedicated to helping provide advice about UK bats, and she's also co-leading work on bats and health. She holds a doctorate in the landscape ecology of bats from the University of Bristol and has published numerous scientific papers. During her career, she has directed citizen science projects to monitor bat populations in the UK, contributed to scientific studies on wildlife disease and reintroduction ecology in the USA, also coordinated an interdisciplinary research center for infectious disease at the University of Cambridge. Ellison is an active member of the IUCN SCCS BAT Specialist Group and is interested in providing conservation managers and public health practitioners with relevant information to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts. So we'll have a presentation on the screen. The media is ready.
Introduction to promoting the health of bats and people in shared environments. Bats and people coexist across a gradient of natural to human-dominated landscapes, and when left unmanaged, some types of interactions between bats and people have the potential to negatively affect the health of bats and people or attitudes towards bats. Zoonotic disease emergence and spread are increasing along with human activities that lead to closer contact with animals. From hunting bats and bushmeat preparation to mining guano in caves, sharing food resources or space inside buildings, bat-human interfaces are diverse and complex, but offer a behavioral intervention pathway to significantly reducing risk. But this presents us with a communication challenge. When people don't understand disease transfer between animals and people, they may not take appropriate precautions to ensure health and safety of bats or people. And when people fear increased contact with bats, they may kill bat colonies or trigger unwanted consequences for bat populations, ecosystems, and human well-being. Today's bats are amongst the most endangered of the world's wildlife and are under unprecedented threat from habitat loss, hunting for food and medicine, direct persecution, and accelerated climate change. One form is threatened with extinction. So why should we care about saving bats in addition to protecting people? Bats are important. Bats either pollinate or disperse seeds for many tropical plants, both agricultural and wild, keeping ecosystems, food supplies, and livelihoods intact. Fruit and flower bats share the role of the birds and bees in pollinating flowers. They cross-pollinate and ensure genetic diversity. They're crucial to the survival of many tropical fruit-bearing plants and economically important trees in tropical forests. In Nigeria, bats pollinate baobabs, mangoes, bananas, guavas, and certain species of trees like Parkia species used in the production of a local spice. Bats act as long-distance seed dispersers. In the tropics, 80 to 90% of trees and shrubs hide their seeds inside an edible fruit, and bats can carry large weights and sometimes accidentally drop their cargo. When areas of forest are logged, bats are the first animals to drop seeds and start regenerating the forest. In Nigeria, I think the Egyptian fruit bat is a crucial seed disperser example. And let us not forget insect-eating bats. They can consume large quantities of insects, including pests that attack important agricultural crops and even help control disease-carrying insects such as mosquitoes. So how do we move forwards towards a safer shared future for bats and people? Research shows that messages combining risk and benefit information rather than focusing solely on risks are more effective at promoting public health and bat conservation. Reducing fear in health risk messages is all about building trust, providing clarity and empowering people rather than overwhelming them. Key balanced messages include, protect people, protect bats. Bats are important for human survival and well-being. Bats can also spread diseases to people, including some dangerous illnesses. The risk of getting a disease from bats increases if you touch bats or occupy places that bats frequent, such as caves or trees where bats live. The Bat Conservation Trust works with conservation research and public health practitioners in crafting unified messages that address disease prevention while highlighting the benefits of bats. Drawing from One Health principles, we propose a communication framework that emphasises. Hello, I'm Dr. Alison Walsh from the Bat Conservation Trust, and I'll be covering an introduction to promoting the health of bats and people in shared environments. Bats and people coexist across a gradient of natural to human-dominated landscapes, and when left unmanaged,
Thank you very much.
some types of interactions between bats and people.
So that's the presentation from Dr. Allison. Please, can we celebrate? Thank you very much. So we have the next presentation, and this will be talking about understanding bat hunting among school-aged children to guide conservation interventions in Benue State. And this will be led by Ms. Oluchi Agodi from SMARCON. Please, Ms. Oluchi, can we have you standing while we take your citation? Okay, can we celebrate that she's on her way? So Oluchi Agodi is an early career ecologist and conservationist passionate about understanding bat ecology and making conservation issues more relatable to the public health in West Africa. She is the Science and Engagement Coordinator at SMARCON, where she coordinates and executes field research, conservation initiatives, and education campaigns to promote small mammal conservation. As part of SMARCON's collaboration with the Save Humans, Save Bat initiative, she conducted sociological surveys in schools in Makurdi area to understand bat hunting among school-aged children. Findings from this survey provide evidence to guide future conservation efforts in the area. So let's welcome Ms. Oluchi Agodi once again. Thank you.
All right. Hello, good day, everyone. We all look so tired. Hope we are having a good day. Okay, so please let's give them a minute. Okay. Oluchi Agodi, like he rightfully said, from Small Mammal Conservation Organization, and I'll be talking about our work trying to understand bat hunting among school-aged children to help guide conservation interventions in Benue State. So a lot of people before me have spoken about the dangers of disturbing bats and how the potential disease risks associated with interactions with hunting is one of the major threats that disturbs bat conservation globally, and this is from a study done by Frick in 2019. So you would see that immediately after deforestation and agriculture, hunting is one of the major threats to bat conservation. This is the okay. Now, when we think of hunting, we typically think of hunting among adults. But from observations from Dr. Veronica and her team, children are also hunting bats. Now, the next question would be, why should we care? Why is it an issue that children are hunting bats? We've already established that bat hunting increases interfaces for bat-human contact, which could potentially stress the bats, thereby creating opportunities for zoonotic spillovers. And then we already know that children are not really equipped to handle safety measures. They don't really understand, take precautions when doing this, and which makes just the thought that children are hunting bats such an acute concern. It's like, wow, children are really hunting bats. Do they even understand what this means for them? But before we go on, I'd like to take a step back, talk about evidence-based conservation. Now, evidence-based conservation is just basically using research to back conservation actions. Now, this would lead to conservation actions that are both impactful, context specific, that is, they are loaded in the local perspective. They are very specific to what is happening in the community, but then also ensures that the conservation action is efficient. And then this is one of our ethos at SMARCON. You see that with our wildfire prevention program. And then you see basically from what Iro said and what my colleague Inyeke is going to be talking about, we had forest fires, we did research and surveys, and he's going to talk about that. And then we had a fire prevention program. Easy peasy. Now, what do we know about bats in Makurdi? One, there is a huge roost of Eidolon helvum, the straw-colored fruit bat in Makurdi. And data from our team that have been monitoring this, the roost there is telling us that we could have up to 150,000 bats during the peak period. So this is typically between December and January. But then also, one interesting thing about the roost in Makurdi is that on both sides of the Benue River, you have both a roosting site and a foraging site. Now, what we know about bat ecology is most bats, they roost during the day, but then when it's like 6 to 7 p.m., they go out to forage. Now, typically they fly out, but in Benue State, they actually live, so, okay, to put things in perspective, the government house area you've been hearing about is on one side of the Benue River. And then on the other side of the Benue River, you have North Bank, which has little trees and mango trees, lots of mango trees there. We still have these trees in government house, but then that's where the majority of the bat trees is. So when you go to government house during the day, you see lots of bats. But then at night, you see them flying out by 7 p.m. Now, if you are in North Bank, by 7 p.m., you see the bats arriving to come and feed. So this creates like two different kind of environment in just that one Makurdi, which then gives us the idea that there could be different types of interaction going on both sides of the river. And then in addition to this, there's a lot of unregulated hunting of bats in this area. So there isn't any serious enforcement. If there are laws, nobody knows about these laws. So people are hunting bats however they can. I mean, there is some control around the government house area because it is kind of like a high security area. So not everybody can go in. But then on the other side, the North Bank area, it's houses, mango trees, just like Veronica said, with fruits, bats are roosting. So people walk by, hunt if they want to. Now, what were the major questions we were asking? To what extent are children hunting bats? But another question we were asking was, why are children hunting bats? So we basically wanted to understand the drivers. What are the major drivers making children hunt bats? But then we also wanted to understand the disease risk perception. So how much of the disease risk attached to hunting bats can you get from these students? Do they understand? What do they perceive from the bat hunting they are doing? Do they think that they could get diseases from it or not? So these were one of the major questions that we're asking from this survey. Now, to get answers to these, we did interview surveys, we did questionnaire surveys. We made sure these interview surveys were de-identified, so you wouldn't really see much pictures from the school surveys because we promised them that the interviews was going to be anonymous. This was to ensure that we had the full confidence of the children, and they felt free telling us it was we listen, we don't judge situation. So talk to us, we're listening, because we just wanted to understand what was going on. From these surveys, we discovered that a couple of things were driving the bat hunting among children in the area. Now, one of it is meat. It's easy access meat. Children don't really have money, so bat is easy. You just go get the bat. If you can cook, you hit it up and you're eating it. But then there's also the cultural influence. So there's kind of like a coming of age thing with the bat hunting there. So it's like you get to a certain age, your father or your elder brother teaches you how to hunt bats, and then you start following along with the group to go and hunt bats when they are going to hunt bats. The next thing is money, income. It wasn't such a critical thing, but yeah, there were some children that were selling the bats that they were getting. But then one unique thing we got was some children thought it was a fun activity to hunt bats. So they do it, and they tie ropes. From the surveys we had, because we had interviews with these children, we talked to them. We had like a little chat session. And they tie ropes to the bats, and the bat is trying to fly, and they're all laughing, having fun, and that was what they were doing. But one other thing that we also identified was peer influence. So some of them were hunting bats because their friends were hunting bats. So maybe they're going home from school, and then this set of people want to go hunt bats, and then they all go in together. Now, from our surveys, we found that 22% of the children in Makurdi that were sampled were hunting bats. This means that 1 in every 5 students was hunting bats. I don't know if you can think about like the magnitude of bat hunting being seen among these children. But then we also, from the perception results, we tried to ask a couple of questions around what they were perceiving from, or how they thought, how much sickness they thought they could get from eating bats. So we asked the questions in different ways to kind of get an idea of what they were thinking. And then one of the questions we were asking was if they thought they could get sick from eating fruit leftovers. Now, if you see in the middle of that bar chart, it's going to be slightly higher on most of the charts, because with the children, when they're not really sure of what you're asking, they typically just go with, I don't know. So we're going to be focusing more on the results on the 1, 2, and then 4, 5. So for this survey, we used a Likert scale. It was part of a theory of planned behavior, but then we used the Likert scale, which basically went from negative to positive. So as you can see from the questions we asked about how, if they thought they were going to get sick from eating fruit leftovers, most of the children, like a large number of children, were thinking, yes, they could get sick. But then a lot of them also thought they could not get sick from eating fruit leftovers. And this is basically eating the fruit that the bat has eaten, and then it has fallen on the floor. Another question we asked, was trying to understand if they thought they could get sick from eating bats, so direct consumption. And then from this, you see a lot of them, we're like, I don't know. I mean, but then you also see that more people were thinking that no, they can't get sick from eating bats than those that were thinking that they may be able to get sick from eating bats. The last perception we tried to do was as regards to touch. Do they think they were going to get sick from touching bats? And then with this, you also see the same thing. More people were thinking, no, they can't get sick from touching bats. A lot of them were in the I don't know neutral section. And then just a few people thought it's possible to get sick from eating bats. Now, what's the implication of this for the situation in Makurdi? 1, a significant number of school-age children are hunting bats in Makurdi. So, like I said, 1 in every 5 children. Let's take, if there are 10,000 people there, we are talking 2,000 children are hunting bats. This is 2,000 potential interactions, bat-human interactions, unguided, without precautions. So yeah, that's like a huge situation. But then there's also the ignorance. A lot of them didn't really understand that they could get sick from hunting bats. And then it's not just because they haven't heard that they could, because from the surveys, again, because everything I'm saying is basically from what the children told me. From the surveys, there was a significant Ebola campaign in various states. And some of them have heard about Ebola, but then what we're getting from the students, so like almost like 90% of the students were kind of like that. Well, the Ebola came, they didn't see anybody with Ebola, so how can you tell them that while they would get Ebola from eating bats? Besides, their parents have been eating bats, nobody has fallen sick. We had just one unique situation of a child that said he has had contact. So it wasn't really defined the kind of contact, but he has had contact with somebody that had Ebola, and you could see that he really understood the disease risk. So what this is trying to tell us is the fact that awareness is key, but then it could be limited in the kind of effect it could have with the behavioral change of these children, because the idea is to get them to stop hunting bats. You could tell them, do not hunt bats, bats could do this, but then if we can fill those gaps, try to understand the complex relationship around how they are hunting bats, and then find the actual pain points of what to do to actually get them to stop, and not just know, but then actually stop hunting, then that would be key for controlling the situation in Makurdi. Now, what's our next step? Our next step would be to use, because part of the surveys, we use the theory of planned behavior. We are still looking at our data. I just finished the second phase of these surveys in Makurdi, where we were also surveying private school children and adult hunters around the place to really understand what is going on from both the adult level down to what is going on with the children. Now, for next steps, we want to test the relationship between all the norms. So all the drivers that we've isolated from the surveys, test the relationship between that and the hunting behavior itself. So if we can do that, then we can actually pinpoint how to guide behavior change, and then the kind of intervention action to develop for the area. So thank you very much. I'm really grateful to our volunteers in Makurdi. We have an Eidolon volunteers monitoring the roast there, and they were really helpful. But then I'm also grateful to them, Dr. Veronica and her team. They were amazing. They followed me. She had someone that followed me to almost all the schools during the first time we're doing the survey. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oluchi. Yeah, so just like she said, I've spoken, and I think almost everyone is loaded with so much, yeah? But whatever be the case, we just have to finish what we have, since I think we've become batified already, and we have to continue in that level. Okay, batified, not... Okay. Clarified, okay. Okay. So we'll have the next presentation by Miss Anike Udogang. I hope I didn't kill that name. She's from SMARCON, and she'll be speaking on preventing wildfires, save bat habitats, and reduce human-bat interaction. Yeah, so let's have a profile of Miss Inyeke. So Miss Inyeke is a Nigerian bat biologist and a conservationist, passionate about wildlife conservation through habitat protection and restoration. She's the programs manager of the SMARCON, and her work involves habitat protection for the endangered short-tailed round-leaved bats in southeastern Nigeria through research and conservation actions. She has led multiple teams on several research surveys conducted in the Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary to prevent wildfire spread in that area. And so I'm glad we have young minds leading project as this. We've heard Oluchi speak, and it's time for us to listen to Anyeke. So I think there is hope for the advocacy for conservation of bats and wildlife in general, small mammals and all. So let's have Ms. Anike speak to us on that topic. Let's celebrate her, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So I'm glad that he started talking about being batified because you've all heard everybody has to say about bat and healthy ecosystem, how you need a healthy ecosystem for a healthy bat population, and how bat destruction could result in disease spillover. So I'm here to tell you about how we at SMARCON are protecting bat habitat through our wildfire prevention, wildfire management project. So why do we need to protect bat habitats? Bats rely on the forest. They roost and feed in the forest. A healthy bat population builds the ecosystem. We know that bats, they contribute to ecological support of the ecosystem. So they disperse seeds and they also feed on insects. And then a healthy forest reduces human-bat interactions. But let me give you a context to where we work. We work at the Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary in Cross River State. It is one of the last remaining primary forests in Nigeria. Beautiful habitats, houses over 40 bat species. In fact, I'm sure you've seen that bat before when Iro was presenting, if we were here. That beautiful bat you're seeing there was rediscovered in this habitat. It's also the habitat for the Cross River gorilla with drill monkeys. But it's very sad that this very lush forest is threatened by wildfire. So imagine that you rediscovered a bat species and then you're drooling over it. Maybe you could ask Hiro because she rediscovered it. You're sleeping and then, or maybe you can't sleep. You're thinking about this new discovery. And while you're thinking of the possible things to do with it and how to go about your plans, 10 days after, you're chased out of the forest by massive wildfire. I'm sure you'll be very devastated because even hearing it gets me devastated. Now, let me give you an insight to what wildfire or how wildfire occurs in this region. This wildfire occurs between January and April. This is like the fire season. It coincides with when farmers that live or farm around the base of the Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary set their farms for, burn their farm brushes and set their farms for planting. So they burn because they might want to expand their farmlands to put in more crops. They clear their farms for that. Or some of them burn to remove tree stumps, like they could have big tree stumps and they burn to take that out. And they also believe that burning helps to yield better produce. Okay. Sorry. Okay. With increase in wildfire frequencies during climate change, there is decline in habitat decline, which leads to unavailability of food for bats, leading to species relocations, and then population decline. If you see these, I don't think I can use this, but if you see the plot, this shows wildfire occurrences from 1999 to 2012. The red lines, the dotted red lines you see shows the wildfire occurrences at that time. Where you see the gap, where you have the black arrow, from 2010 to 2016 is when there was an enforcement intervention project at that time. So that's where you had the reduction in the wildfire. But just after the project ended in 2015 rather, there was a massive fire in 2016. And in fact, that is the same fire that drove SMARCON team out of the forest just barely few days after rediscovering the short-tailed round-leaf bat. And that is what led to our intervention project. We first started by having meetings with community members, and then we now went on to the fire management implementation. How we approached the problem was we are not just okay with the information we got from community meetings. We started conducting sociological surveys, like focus group discussions and questionnaire surveys. These were conducted in 5 communities surrounding the Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary. Why we chose these communities were because they are known communities for wildfire hotspots. So we conducted focus group discussion, had series of stakeholder meetings and town hall meetings. From our findings, there were different causes of wildfires. Cigarette stump. They said hunters go into the farms and then they smoke, carelessly drop stumps. And then since some of these farmlands, it's quite far from where people live, they go into the farms to sleep like 2 to 3 days, and most of them cook in the farms. So while cooking in the farm, they could just be careless and not attend to the fire they used in cooking, and the next morning, fire escalates from the farm through to the forest. But of all the findings we had, irresponsible burning was the major cause of wildfires. So we did not also want to depend on that alone. We tried to dig into the problem to find solutions. And we found out that they were hard to follow static bans in these communities. They had the bans that they were not following through, bans of not setting fires at some time. Maybe, for example, there were laws that they shouldn't set fire at a certain time, but community people were not adhering to it. Farm fire abandonment and inadequate capacity to fight fires. How we solved this problem was we got to teach them on the right time to burn. And then for the farm fire abandonment, we worked with communities to provide them with local laws, and we equipped and trained forest guardians to fight fires. The objective of this intervention was to reduce wildfires in the forest. By reducing wildfire in the forest, we will have a good quality forest for bats and other species to thrive in, and then improve livelihood. We also try to see how to save. We also save their farmlands from fires, because these community members are mostly cocoa farmers. So imagine that they put in all the years to try to raise a cocoa plant, and then when it's time to start selling it off, the farm gets cut up and they lose everything. So we improve their livelihood through this intervention, and we are equally reducing human-bat interactions. So to achieve all of this, we followed 3 stages. Our early fire risk prediction. We predicted, we communicated, and we responded to fires. So let me break this down for you. So to predict wildfire risks, we model a 20-year historical data with fire data. This data is gotten from Pandrilus. Pandrilus is one of the NGOs that have worked in Afi Mountain Wildlife Sanctuary for over 20 years. And we also get fire count data from the Fire Information for Resource Management. Also, data from our current weather station, which we installed in these communities, that helps us predict fire risk. To communicate fire risk, we installed signposts in strategic locations to farmlands, so that farmers could refer to these signposts on their ways to on their way to farm to know the right time to burn. On this signpost, you see it has 3 colors. It's very easy to read. There is an arrow sitting on it, the black arrow. The arrow is moved according to the risk days. If you have the arrow sit on good, it tells you that you can set your farm on fire. If it's on moderate, it shows that you have to be supervised while setting the farm on fire. And then bad means it's a very high risk there. Don't go near fire in your farmland. And also, we also use the community town crier.
we incentivize the community town crier on a high-risk day to go about houses. 7 a.m., you're already hearing the town crier shout that it's a high-risk day, you shouldn't burn your farms. For response, we recruited and trained forest guardians, 50 of them, 10 each from these communities. Remember I said we work with 5 communities around the base of the mountain. So these 50 rangers patrol farmlands and put up fires on medium to high-risk days. Since the inception of our intervention, we've had over 5,000 farmlands patrolled on high-risk days. We've had our forest guardians stop fire in over 50 farms, and there's been 0 wildfires since we started. But even with our intervention, we still have fire cases from farmlands. So we had to work with the community to see how to solve these problems. And that's when we met with community members to set up laws that defaulters get penalized. So this was mostly set up by the communities. And this project is successful because we've been able to solve the community needs, and we've provided solutions to their problems. The actions that we deployed using forest guardians are mostly by community members, and we've had an overwhelming community action. I mean, I've had people from other communities that are not part of this walk up to me and ask when it will be implemented in their communities. Okay, and then I feel very happy maybe when I'm standing here talking to people about it, or when I'm visiting communities and I have people walk up to me and say, thank you, your people saved my farm from fire, and we've not had fire in the forest for a long time. So yeah, this has really been very exciting. It has been very exciting for me and the whole SmartCon team, because we have not just saved people's livelihood, we've also been able to protect species habitats. So, right, thank you very much. I think that's where I would have to stop. And then I'm grateful to all our funders, because they've contributed to making this project a success. Thank you.
Ini, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I was afraid that she wasn't stopping because I was clapping. Thank you very much. I think we have one more presentation, right? Yes, we have one more presentation, and then we're going to have a session, just a very brief session of question and answers, and then questions and answers. And then after that, while we're doing the question and answers, if you have like a story about something about bat that you want to share, and from it maybe you have a question, you feel free to do that. For the meantime, do we have the PowerPoint ready for the next presenter? While they're getting ready, sir, are you ready? Okay. So while they're getting ready with the presentation for Dixon, I'm going to read the. Please, can we put our hands together for Dixon Anoibi Matthew? Stati said, where is Dixon? Dixon, stand up, let Stati see you. Come forward, come forward. You come and stand next to me, and while I read your bio, your citation. Thank you. So, Dixon Matthew Anoibi is an ecologist with a focus on wildlife conservation and disease ecology. His work explores how ecological, anthropogenic, and behavioral factors influence species survival in rapidly changing environments. He studies zoonotic viral diseases, particularly those of avian and bat origin, to better understand the ecological roles of wildlife and the dynamics of wildlife. human interaction in public health. Combining field and laboratory expertise, Dixon employs tools ranging from ecological sampling to molecular and genomic analysis for pathogen surveillance. His research integrates the GIS, statistical modeling, and molecular techniques to produce actionable insights for conservation and public health policy. Dixon, even though it's not written here, I'm proud to say he is a fellow of the West African Mama Partnership. And as Euro said, they are funding his field work on bats in Plateau State. So, thank you very much for coming to make this presentation, Dixon. And just take us on a ride. And I know we're going to enjoy it. So guys, Dixon.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I see this as an opportunity to talk about bat conservation and the implication it has on coexistence, public health and conservation for the bats. All right, so they have said that I should wait. All right, so yeah, we are on. This work was done by a group of people, so I'm privileged to present it here as I was the lead researcher there. The names of the others are displayed. To start with, bats play several ecological importance, and there are different perspectives to the importance of bat. What I'm trying just to say is there are different perspectives to the perception of importance of bats. While some, oh, it's not going. Oh, it's all right. So while some, especially to the enlightened people, know and appreciate that bats as seed disperser play important ecosystem services such as seed dispersal, pollination, pest control, and nutrient distribution, as a lot of people have mentioned before now. Others think that this is what bat is important for. So you can see the divide between the perspective of importance of bat. And yeah, others as well, they can think that bat is important for medicinal uses and they can use them for ritual and charms, which are actually influenced by cultural beliefs. So these are the two divides we have. To the enlightened, I believe that many people who are here and those who came and have gone may not be as enlightened as a special group of people, for example, like the Save Bat and Save Humans Initiative team. Some of these people will not know, and by coming to this kind of a meeting, they get enlightened. All right. So this is this picture has a lot to say. Probably we can refer to this picture later on, but it's a lot happening here. So what do we need to do? We need to come to a point where we have a unified perception of importance of bats. So if I think that bats are seed dispersers, if I go to the interior villages, they should also know that bats are seed dispersers. And this is actually the goal of creating awareness and bringing about change in behavior. All right. So, but, you know, like I have said, different perspectives or perceptions influence actions, attitudes. And so when you think that bats are really significant for ecosystem, you will think twice by hunting them. If you think that bat is good for meat, then you all go out to hunt the bats for meat, all right? So these are actions that are shaped by perceptions. And the perceptions could be negative, especially those that are inclined towards bat use as source of meat. They are leading to significant habitat destruction, hunting, and even persecution, a lot of things, complex behaviors surrounding population declines of bats. Okay, so what we need to do is to come to a point where this will be reduced to the barest minimum, if not totally halted. All right, and as a result, we wanted to understand the perception of people around bat colonies to be able to administer behavioral change, all right, to engage communities to change behavior towards bats that will enable coexistence with bats and bring about the conservation of these bats. So we wanted to understand, because this understanding creates a critical standpoint for us to foster this coexistence and promotion of conservation action. And the aims were actually to know if the bat hunters or people staying around bat colonies are aware of threats to bats, and if they perceive bats to be good or to be bad. What do they think about bats as animals generally? Are they good or are they bad? Because that perception also can influence behavior towards bats. Most people think that bats are associated with diseases or some kind of diabolical means, like maybe witchcraft also. And then they can go all out to persecute these bats. Oh, they are here, they bring disease, let's chase them out. And with that, it creates an interface for interaction, bringing about a lot of things that we all know already. So we did that, and this was actually carried out in Plateau State. There are two large colonies, which are actually permanent colonies of Adolon Heaven. One is in Gindri, it's a mission compound, very large compound that houses a lot of bats. And one is in the Jos Museum. That colony is there too. So those are the major bat colonies that we have identified in Jos yet. We are still searching to get information about other colonies we have, and we think that we'll visit those soon. So we started by administering questionnaires. We also carried out interview, focal group discussion to understand the perception and behavior of people around these colonies. And it actually extends to all bats. We just use the Adolon Heaven as a case study for people's reaction towards bats. So in a survey, we surveyed 213 people. And one of the questions we asked is that if they had information or they know about whether the bat population in these colonies have decreased over time. And our result shows us that 81% agreed that the bat populations in these roosts have declined compared to historical times. And a majority of these 81% attest that this decline is actually very, very high. All right. So there's something going on in these roosts that shaping or leading to the decline of these bats. Another question we asked, we wanted to know how much awareness people are to the threats to bats. And we see that people actually know that these bats are threatened. The locals know that the bats are threatened. We see that 73% of them have identified with hunting as the major threats to bats. The picture I showed earlier, it's an example of a situation where somebody went to hunt, bring the bat to a bat restaurant around the outskirts of a community, and then they dress the bat and then sell them at the restaurants. All right. So it's a hunting that is a major problem. But then also others think that there is no threats to the bat at all, which is around 16% of the respondents that we surveyed. We also wanted to know if these respondents eat bat. And yeah, we were very happy to know that most of them said they did not eat bat. You know, they were not inclined to eating bats. But then for those who said they ate bat, we wanted to know the reason why they were eating bats. You know, it is the understanding of the perception, and it's the perception that drives the action. All right. So we wanted to know that. And majority of these groups say that they are eating the bats because they are clean meat. Yes, clean meat in the sense that bats don't land on the ground. They are always up high, and anything that is up, I mean, the air is not dirty, they don't have contamination, so they are clean. So once you eat them, you are healthy. All right, so that is a major output we have from this interview. We also, before I get to this, I want to comment about these results. We are seeing a lot of misconceptions around bat hunting in this place. To us who are enlightened, we think it's misconception, but to the local man, he thinks that this is the way of life. And this is where we want to come to a unifying point where they need to know about these things. If we don't go out to tell them this, they will not know and they will not change behavior. All right. So we wanted to know the perception of bats. Generally, it was an open question. What do you feel about bats? What do you think about bats? And a significant majority think that bats are good. And then a lower, group of people think that bats are bad. But you think that bats are good, we say, oh yeah, the people really identify with the fact that bats are good. But if you look at the options, the reasons why they think that bats are good, you will still see that meat source is the reason why they think that bats are good. So it's all going back to the hunting, all right? And this creates an interaction that can bring about disease spillover. The picture I showed, it's a very, very big picture to me. Someone is dressing the bat barehanded. The bat is not cooked. You just carry the bat and then peel off the skin for you before you start doing this. It's a lot of risk. It's a lot of risk, right? And then when you look at the other people that say that bats are bad, significant majority is saying that they are bad because they are evil and diabolical. That last box at the right, that they are evil and diabolical. And then another one says that they don't like them because they defecate through their mouth. Yeah, so this brings about the sense that people really don't know about the ecology or the biology of the bats. And it's one of the things that we are driving for them to know this. And then when they know it, then we can bring about, influencing them to change their behaviors towards bats. So they think that as bats hang upside down, they think that when they defecate through the mouth, okay? So all of these are perceptions, and they are negative perceptions that drive probably a persecution of bats around these colonies. Another group that I really, really want to stress is this small group. If you look at the left chart, which says bats are good, 69%, the number third bar there is saying income source. this is a very, very small group of people that think that they get income from bats, but I think that they are the most dangerous people to bat conservation and to even animal conservation. Now, take a look at this. You go to the bat colony every day, because if you don't go, you will not get money to buy or to do one or two things in the house. And then you go, and it's not just one person. Maybe like 4 or 5 people go to this colony every day and fetch a handful of bats. And then it's a lot. Now, if 5 people are fetching like 1,000 bats, that is 5,000 bats a day. And they do this continuously. Multiply 5,000 by 30, how many bats do you have? So it's quite very much unsustainable. And majority of, conservation and activists and enforcers are really looking down on those who think that they use animals as a source of income. Okay, so we really need to focus our attention on this group of people through targeted conservation and for them to be enlightened. And these actually are some of the groups that have been mentioned earlier, the hunters. We really, really need to focus our conservation efforts on the hunters. The other part of the result is that we wanted to know if the perception of bats differs across gender, religious divide, and what have you, because we really wanted to get down to the reasons behind bat hunting so that we could implement targeted conservation action. And we are seeing that even between male and female, there's no significant difference between the two groups. So everybody think that that is the male and female, that they are good or they are bad, they are almost at the same scale. Now, the other group across religion, every religion, that is the major religious group in this environment, says that they really don't, there's no variation between their response. And across age groups, we only saw some differences, across age groups. That is, older people are more likely to say that bats are beneficial than the younger ones. What we are trying to say here is that the first 2 plots that I showed, religion and age group, there was no difference between the respondents. And this is telling us that everybody in the community is involved in this problem. So you don't point out okay, it is the males that are doing this, or it's the females that are doing this. Everybody is involved, all right? So, but when you come and classify these people according to age, you see that the older ones, probably they think that it's more responsible to restrain themselves from hunting. The younger ones think that it's more adventurous to go into hunting and other, like Ini and Oluchi stated earlier. So it's quite important. So what we are trying to say is that the younger ones also are a special group of interest that we need to extend conservation efforts to. All right. So all of this, we also wanted to know if if bats were beneficial, like the ecological benefits of bats now in this case. So we left the question open. What do you think? Are bats beneficial to you or not? And then we gave the reasons for them. We left it open for them to give reasons why they think that bats are beneficial or not. And all we found was that people are very, 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 very they do not know about the benefits of bats. Like 61% of the respondents think that bats are not beneficial. Again, this is something that is very, very serious. So if you think that bats are not beneficial, then you can do whatever you want to do with them. You can persecute them, you can destroy their habitats, and nobody asks you anything. But again, there is another 25%, 23% of people that think that bats are beneficial because of their meat. it's still all going back to these hunting practices. And this is a major problem in roosts, as everybody has been pointing out since. So what do we need to do? We really need to, if we must come to the point where we can coexist with bats and we can promote conservation and ensure quality health of the public, then we need to marry these perceptions to be able to bring about behavioral change, all right? So bats are primarily perceived as food because its meat is considered clean. So what could be done to change this perception? Now we can bring about maybe alternative means of livelihood, suggest this and influence this. This can happen. And then they are also low on the knowledge of the importance or benefits of bats. This also is about creating awareness and bringing about behavioral change. All right. So in conclusion, we are saying that the findings highlight a critical gap in ecological awareness of the need and the need for education to shift public perception of bats. And what is all this implication for the conservation? We really need to bring about awareness creation, and not just awareness creation, bring about rules or systems that will enable behavioral change, as one of the keynote speakers have said. So I think that I have convinced you and I have not confused you so far. This work was actually supported by Ruford and Applaury Institution. I really want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present this view of our research. And it's something that we are doing continuously on the plateau. And recently we also started Eidolon monitoring in collaboration with SMARCON. And we hope that that is going to go on for the foreseeable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dixon, for that wonderful presentation. Wow, so somebody has been really helping me here today, and that is Dr. Theo. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Theo for the great help? Thank you very much, Dr. Sani Theophilus. And so we're almost rounding up. Now it's time for questions and answers. So who has questions? You know, we're trying to hurry up and get home. I love, hey, please put your hands together for my Dr. Abdurrahman, the ranger. All right, please, can you give him a mic? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Well done.
So be thinking of your own question as you listen.
Thank you. My question goes as this. First, to Mr. Giotis. In the morning when you are making reference to this particular bird, with special reference to the fruit bat we are talking on. I remember last year when a meeting with Professor Ipate, I think you are there, Dr. Grace too. When this issue came in, my concern was those of us into conservation. That's what we call dry ration. And our rangers complement that dry ration in the field with the leftover of this fruit that some of this bat has eaten and it has fallen down. And with the clear reference to it that it harbors rabies, what do we do? Because it's as good as my organization management exposing the rangers to the risk of being rabid in the field. That is that one. Number two, my question goes to Dr. Dauda. Is he in?
Sorry, he had to rush back to Gombe.
All right.
Yeah.
Because my concern that time, the Indo-rabid dog in Gombe,
yes,
he said it was killed, the head being removed, sent to envy arrival. He didn't highlight the outcome of that head. With the positive, because that was my area of interest. Because if it wasn't confirmed in the lab positive, All this story of 3-year girls surviving.
I wouldn't have even invited him to come and present.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Status?
All right.
You see how I bullied him to come to the front bar. Clap for me, please.
That's not bullying. That's your job. That's your job. Don't worry. All right. If I understand well, the question is, what do we do about the fruit? I think now it's very well documented that, fruit bats, they suck the liquid out of fruits and then they leave it down. And there have been documented cases where people, especially children, that have eaten this fruit got sick. For example, in Malaysia, Nipah virus. In Bangladesh, also a lot of documented cases of Nipah virus due to fruit that was falling down. So I think the only way forward that I can think of is education. I mean, we need to educate the children better not to eat this fruit. Be very, very careful, not just children. Our staff members, many of you guys work at the National Park Service, but again, you need training and retraining, and sometimes, you need to remember that it's not obvious. A fruit that lies down, it's not really obvious that a bat had its way, because they had a tiny little instrument that they had in their mouth where they suck all the liquid out. And sometimes it's not visible. So it's all about training, education, an educational campaign, again, to schools, with the culturally relevant methods, with the right, in the right language, because I understand you guys have a ton of languages, I guess, and the culturally relevant methods could achieve that effect. Unfortunately, it's a hard thing to do. You can't really possibly collect all the fruit, across all your, if I remember, 11 parks that are in use. Yes, yeah. So that's huge. It's impossible, or anywhere else in the country for that reason. Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Status, for that response. You mentioned about your safety as relates to rabies, and I wanted to. You are all vaccinated against rabies, right? You should be vaccinated against rabies because you're high risk. That's one. However, we have record. Okay, let me allow Veru. I saw her hand being raised up. Let me allow her. Then, wherever I need to chip into what she's going to say, then I'll say. Thank you. You have a question? A follow-up question to that one, or? Okay, so let me respond. So, did I hear you ask about your safety as relates to rabies? Eating leftover. Okay, and he has responded. Oh, yeah. So you see, because we do not know what they could be carrying at any point in time, and I want you to remember this. Okay, you're rangers, right? Okay. So I wanted to say, remember what Iroro said. Don't tamper with their habitat, what they eat, those two things. However, there are so many researches that have been ongoing. I know based on my own research as far as 2014, I searched for any Nipah viruses. The parameter virus is Nipah, and the Nipah virus. So the Hendra virus and the Nipah virus is from my bat samples that I took to the CDC, Atlanta, Georgia, and they were negative for Hendra and Nipah. But we cannot say that maybe those samples that I picked at that time were negative, because so much has been done. New results are coming out, and very soon they'll be published, because I know that like Bennett is doing some very good work on viruses, and you've heard of the recent ones that Veronica and Dr. Pam have published of recent. So it's better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Vero, you have a question? Are you sure you should have questions or you should have answers? Okay, ask. Ask.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My question is to Iroro.
Oh.
Yes.
Iroro, come over. Come over. Oh, she's looking so tired.
Yeah.
Sorry, sweetie. Mama Curtis. All right, go ahead.
Yes. We all agree that human beings should not disturb or go into bat habitats so that the bats can stay safe and we human beings can stay safe. But now, in Makodi, our case is different. The bats are coming into human settlement. They have roosting on our trees, in our houses. During our educational campaign in some of the schools had bats living in their ceilings, and they've been there for years. They have tried to chase them out, but the bats have refused to go. So now what do you advise us as a conservationist to do in this situation?
Even though I'm tempted to answer, but I'll hand over to the Mama conservationist.
All right.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So why she raised that question, I just remember the scenario in 2016 when a research was done at Professor Kennedy's lab at UNN. One of his PhD students was taking samples from bats, and they actually got bats from a cave, and there is a stream or a spring water flowing from that cave out. And that is the only source of water for that community. So just a follow-up to our question, in that scenario, what do we do? Thank you.
All right. So, like Grace says, this is multi-layered. So let me start to dig and delve.
I'm supporting her.
Thank you. Very tired. It's been quite a day, but yes. So to address your question, Veronica, what you really want to do is you want to, at least for trees, so with bats roosting in trees, if you have like a massive colony of bats in trees in a, say, schoolyard, for example, you want to reduce that. It's a long-term process. It's not something you do overnight. The city, and I know this is Nigeria, but please listen to me. The city should plan to plant trees. Like if you flood that city with trees, you will have bats likely spreading amongst those trees. The thing we found with a lot of the places where bats, and we're really talking about the Eidolon straw-colored, the straw-colored fruit bat, where they congregate in cities, they tend to be places where the rate of tree removal is low. Or like at least if you're in Benin City, the what you call the King's Square, the Ring Road, because it's a museum and it's right next to the Obas Palace, you don't just go there and cut down trees anyhow. And so the bat population has stayed there for a while. But before they even got there, when we did some of our surveys, it turned out they used to be far down towards Lagos Benin Expressway on the Uniben side of the city. But I think with more development in that Uniben side, as the university grew and everything grew around it, people cut down more trees. The rate of removal, it's not just the density of trees, rate of removal. So if the roost stays sort of stable for a while, bats will use it. So if we then plant more trees around the city and cut them less or have low rates of removal, then we're likely to have those trees occupied by bats as well. That's for the fruit bats. For the insectivorous bats, I know we're really talking about some dire situations where the whole ceiling is covered, like 3 times the length of this house. And that's, I don't have an easy answer, but that's one of those cases where we need to deploy multiple strategies, but primarily using humane removal strategies. The school you're talking about, I can only imagine that a lot of the ceilings have even come off. So if you were to deploy what we bat biologists would describe as, bat exclusion practices, which will be to just basically seal off the roof except one exit and then allow bats funnel out through there night after night. Every night you close it after emergence, and then the rest stay there. The next night you do the same thing. But for a school like that has lost a lot of ceilings, you're just wasting your time with that strategy. So this is where we need to design our own technique. We will deploy some of these exclusion approaches that are already designed and used elsewhere, but we have to find ways to make it our own. So perhaps if you sort of close off the ceiling by attaching, temporary netting, and then on the outside you do your exclusion, you are likely to achieve success. That is, you're close to success than if you didn't do that. So again, this is why I really think vets folks will do the best. You are really at that point where you can you're managing animals and you know what to do. So I think that's the one approach I would take, and that would be for fruit bats, insect bats in the houses. But for communities that are drinking water from a bat roost, we have something very similar in Bantra, where Ben's work has been sampling this high density cave area with bats, basically the same thing. One of the major streams that go to the community is at the base of a bat roost, and we're talking lots of bats. When you go there at night, it's almost like a bat party going on. I was talking with Dr. Palm this afternoon, and don't quote me on this. I am not a virologist, I'm not an epidemiologist, but there's evidence to suggest that some of the communities, that live in these sort of scenarios where they're potentially highly exposed, there's high exposure, they are themselves even potentially resistant already. And so they create a barrier for the rest of us. So I don't even want to stop those people, but I want to understand how disease might progress when it happens. So we would like it to be good for them to have a heavy level of surveillance, but not just a stop. Because what you end up doing is, it might be a couple of generations, and my God, I know this is being aired, so I feel really terrible speaking because this is not my expertise. But I will be, if the evidence is what it is, and there's reasons to believe that we need to proceed with caution. You don't just say stop drinking because there's a bat roost. Perhaps they're protecting the rest of us. We don't know. But I really, that's where, I don't know, I really feel uncomfortable answering that question. I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you. Yeah.
My worry, thank you very much. My worry is not with the community. It's about the sort of linkages to other places. That stream flows into a big tributary and flows into much bigger water bodies. And apart from that, people from that community also engage with other people from different communities. So this is sort of a network of transmission between different persons by the time we start looking at it from the lens of epidemiology. But it's something we need to really think about and probably want to expand more on. Thank you.
I know I said I'm uncomfortable, but let me just make sure what I said was clear. The people who are exposed to bats, you're exposed, you're vaccinated, so you're good. The people who are drinking that water, the community, yeah, even though they're interacting with other people, because they themselves are likely to already have developed immunity over time, they can be not carriers. They're not infecting people. They're not susceptible, so they're not, yes, they developed immunity, so they're good. Which means they've acted as a blanket for the rest of us. Take them out of the picture, you might have an outbreak. So they are kind of like what we talk about the ozone layer. They're kind of the ozone layer for disease, but I am really sorry that I just said that, because I am not a disease epidemiologist, so I feel really terrible. But please take this mic from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iroro, for that.
Can I
but
say
but
something
honestly,
else?
this is really important. Status wants to say
No,
something.
one single thing.
All right, go ahead.
You know, because it's a very real problem and it's a very real issue.
Mhm.
But it's not just bats that you should worry about.
Hmm.
It's also birds, wildlife generally. I mean, there should be a different sort of solution. So it's not just about bats, though. Yeah, the way it sounds.
Yeah, and while Iroro and Dr. Solomon were talking, I was just remembering some of the findings from my work, how that the rotaviruses that we detected through molecular tools had, rotaviruses are segmented viruses, and so we had some of the rotaviruses had segments from pigs, pig rotavirus, so, human, chicken, all in one, right? But it's not surprising because these bats, if you watch them, as I did when I was doing my survey, my work, you see them, they'll just come on, sweep over water. They drink from the streams. And you know what happens when it, what happens in the communities. Some communities have no restrooms, so people defecate outside. And so when rain comes, it washes into the streams. And so it's not only the bats that are their feces, fecal droppings are an issue to humans. We also are an issue to the health of the bats. So yeah, I just wanted to drop that.
I want to add to what Dr. just said.
Okay, thank you.
We are all talking about balancing nature with public health. There are two options, two solutions to all. Carry this message, awareness, to the local communities. Awareness creation is very, very vital. Then the second thing is, don't do it. What do you want me to do? Alternative ways. Like like my brother just mentioned about the stream. That is the only stream the local community depend for a source of water.
Yeah.
That is an alternative to stream water. Therefore, the issue of alternative ways to solve this problem must be sought out depending on the need of each of the community. Some actually kill this bird for the purpose of selling it. And you say, don't do it. And that is why he does for his daily bread. So if you don't provide alternative for him or her, I'm skeptical whether they will stop it.
And that is what, from what the presentations presenters presented, that is what SMARCON has been doing the grass cutter breeding for alternative, and then the creation of another route instead of the route that they were taking before, close to the cave. Now, I have a story to say to that. When I was collecting my samples in 2011 from Wase Hill, there's this hill in Wase. There's a cave in the hill. The locals took me there. Actually, I went to the emir's house and I was attached to some guides. They took me there because they knew there were bats there. But where we went, they were not there. So they said that they actually observed that since the herders have been passing, little by little, the bats have been going. But they didn't know that they're completely gone now, because that was their permanent abode. That's their, what you call most like maternal roots, because you go and see generations of them there, and the mothers feeding the babies. And, normally bats, when please, I stand to be corrected, Iruru. When they are feeding the baby, they don't go anywhere. They are very dedicated to that. So, am I correct? Okay, thank you. I'm learning from the best. Okay, so the caves were empty. Then later on in my sampling, I went and discovered the same bat roosts in Kanke, a cave in the bush of Kanke, deep inside. And the children had made that bat cave to be their lunch source. So as they're coming down, because they live on top of the mountain, as they're coming down from the mountain, they pass that cave to school and they just pick their lunch, the bats. And when during lunchtime, you know, they just put little stones together, just like this on fire. They don't like eviscerate. No, they don't do nothing like eviscerate. Because they taught me, you know, children are kids. I mean, they're wonderful. They tell you everything, everything. In fact, if you're sampling, I always tell my students, if you're sampling for bats, look, and you don't know where to locate them, look for children, because children were my best guides. So these children proudly showed me, Iroro is the rhinopoma, the mouse-tailed bat. You know that? You're very envious that. You have to go to, I've been telling you, you need to go to Kenki. Praying that they have not disturbed them. Anyway, I tried to educate them a little. So anyway, and they're really cute, you know. Anyway, let me not go into that. So who has a question again? Question. Did I finish what I was saying? Dr. Pam. Oh yeah. Thank you, sir. Where is my assistant? My able assistant has gone to... Oh yeah, he's tired. Oh yeah. Theo. You know, Theo took exit from the... We're looking at compassion.
Okay, I think
this is the latest NYSC. Dr. Pam.
I like when ideas come up.
Dr. Pam, sorry, 1 second. I am this guy had to take permission from camp. Yes, they are in camp. He had to take special permission. We had to write so that they can allow him to come here. So I just want to appreciate Dr. Theo for that. Thank you for the sacrifice. So, Dr. Pam, please go ahead. So interrupting.
Yes, I said for me, I think I like the fact that we are talking about ideas, things we can do. And let's not forget something. You know, with the COVID, there's something I learned from COVID. You know, scientists thought that the world would clap for them after developing COVID vaccine. But at the end of the day, it was rejected. So let's not think of going alone or doing things in silo. Like the idea of the stream by the cave is something that you can have a One Health approach. Study the community. If not, if you don't study the community, why they do what they do, there's no way you can have an intervention. There's no way. You come up with your fantastic idea, they throw it out. Yes. It's just like if I go to, for example, if I go to a game reserve and I did some work and I said I found something, the conservation guys may say they are not aware. Isn't it? So we don't know you. Did you come to us? You know all those things are technicalities that you can be knocked off. Your ideas may be fantastic, but let's have this mind of, you know, working together and try to understand our community. Like you said, we need something to have an idea that is tailored to our situation. And how do we get that? It's when we sit together, different, maybe like the virologists, the ecologists, the rangers, everybody would think, and then, yes, we come up with something. If it's an alternative, we discuss with the community how will an alternative serve them. They may tell you, okay, we have been asking for that alternative, and it was not given. I was told something about Sheyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, that when he was campaigning, he went to a community that were growing yam. And he asked them, what do they want? In fact, they are like on an island. They said, what we want is a police station. Yes, they told him that it's a police station they want. And what was their reason? That people are stealing their yams. And they want a police station that those people can be taken to. So the man left, but his own idea is to build a road for them. So he had to give them the police station first before he took the road, and everybody was happy. So, you know, human beings are funny. So for me, I think that's the idea we should embrace. Save humans, save bats for Nigeria. Let's think of ways to work together. And then for the bad ranger, please vaccinate yourselves. Vaccinate yourself. In my lab, everybody is vaccinated against rabies. Whether you do rabies or you collect the rabies sample, you must be vaccinated.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I love that statement when you say you ranger, you vaccinate yourself against any eventualities of disease. Yes, we just have to do that. But for me, all what you are saying is the core answer is responsibility. When you say vaccinate yourself, let me stand on that local stand. I have been to the forest, as we call it. I may be there for 1 week, for 2 weeks, even for a month. You may not believe as I'm saying it. My food is finished. The man who wants to steal my animal, the man who wants to steal my wood, my tree, the man who wants to steal my fish is coming, and I'm waiting. My food is finished. The only food I can have is the food of bad leftover. I'm going to eat it. We call it survival techniques. But mind you, what I will do if you are with me, or my sister, she will not do it. Never. Never. The whole, when you enter the forest, any plant you see, they are medicinal. So to speak, we knew them. But many of us, we are not to that tune, except Maogao, who have a bit of it. And then, before we go home, nobody will ever fall ill for within the period of 1 month or 2 months. And we call it responsibility. We don't ever tire. Whether we are tired, we don't tire. We say we have responsibility. And we just have to accomplish that responsibility. These are some of the things we do. They are mystery. All this one they are just talking. I just kept quiet and will be looking. They are mystery that I cannot explain, you cannot explain. During the time of Ebola, in one of the, I noticed 3 places, one in Oyo, 2 in Edo State. The bat, they vanish in a particular place. The one I am proud of is my church. The whole bat, they vanish. After the Ebola, I'm surprised. Everybody is surprised. And the Reverend Father asked me, George, you are the man who owned this animal. How did they come back? Where were you? Where did you kept them? I said, well, that's a mystery, Father. Let us celebrate Mass about it. So the one in Oyo is more mysteries. They also come back. For those of us who know Oyo very, sorry, I said Oyo, Ogbomoso very well. Immediately after the Baptist school, you see that corner, there's a forest there, you see the bat coming out. But during that Ebola time, but after Ebola time, they do what? They come back. How do you explain that? So when the local man will say wishes and wishes, I don't know. And those of us who are scientists, we don't have that tone of understanding for it, though we are studying to see what really happened. Please let us take responsibility of all that we are doing. And may God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, sir, for the points. I don't know if anybody just, so we are about to end this meeting because it's past 5. And status, yeah, come. You don't suffer with me, ba. Now waiting bring him to Niger, he go enjoy her. You do you understand what I just said? She said, I'm suffering you. And I said, no. You came to Nigeria to be suffered by me.
No, I'm fine. I'm enjoying it. And we're really, really grateful to this lady for putting this fantastic symposium together. Thank you so much. I think you surpassed any expectations, honestly. Yep.
You said you have something to say.
Well, the thing that I wanted to ask all of you is what to do next. Okay, we put together this initiative. We already done some grassroots work in schools in Mankodi. I'm waiting from you, the Nigerian people, to tell me what needs to be done next. Do we need a network of people? For example, I've seen some really interesting talks, and it's quite obvious to me that there's a lot of bad virus work or bad related work going on in Nigeria. But it seems to me, maybe as an outsider, that it's a bit fragmented, that it needs some sort of network to be put together, some sort of platform. It's either a meeting or a network. In the UK, we have the UK Bat Conservation Trust, brings us together. We talk about different things. They have different workshops. One person talks about wildfires and bats. One other workshop is all about, these sort of issues that you just said. What happens when there's an overcrowding of bats? What do we need to do? And experts find each other. So what I'm proposing is a Nigerian Bat Conservation Trust or some sort of networking. It doesn't have to happen tomorrow or next year, but thinking ahead. So I'm actually returning the question to you all to hear your opinions of what needs to be done next. I mean, we can make an effort to continue this initiative for another year, perhaps. We could ask money from some pot, we'll see. Or we may do another meeting online, a virtual meeting next time. But we would like to do things that will have an impact, and that's what I'm looking for, because I don't have the solutions, that's for sure.
All right. So the question that Statis is asking is actually supposed to be part of what we were supposed to discuss in the various groups if we had the time. But because people came late and we started late, so we're not able to have the group discussions, which would have been followed by panel discussion. And then, then we, extract from that. So please, do we have just short comments from one or two to respond to that? Or what do we do? One or two comments, okay. Well, finally getting my police mama to talk. Please, ma, allow me to bully you to stand up. Okay. Thank you.
I am Dr. Chinajo A. Robe. I think I will go with, because I had a chat with him outside. And I think having a platform to build on what we have started today will go a long way. Like me, I've learned so many things today. That's why you see me, I'm sitting tight, listening. I told you I have bats in the house. I was telling him, I said, maybe I will go and plant a dawa so that I will be gaining from them too. They are eating my fruit and I'm gaining from them. I was telling them, I said, now I understand where all those fruits, all those sort of some trees are coming from. I didn't plant cashew in my house, but I have a lot of them. I was telling him I used to pick the seed to go and roast. It's now I'm understanding that it's these bats that are bringing it. And some other things like that they bring. I know I didn't plant. So if we can have a platform to build on what has started today, honestly, it will go a long way. I was telling him, you didn't tell me. If you have told me, I would have broadcasted this thing. Because so many of our vets needed to hear this. There's a lot to do. And I'm getting interested. If you permit me, ma, I think we should build on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that point. Very important. Well, let it be known to you that this was really broadcasted widely. Just that we have over 180 people that signed to do online. Yep. Yes. So we have online audience. And then we wanted to streamline the people coming physical to just like 90, not more than 90. So that's, and so you have to register really. So people registered so that we'll know how many people are coming. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So my comment, it's actually on the next steps. this symposium has actually been an experiential learning for quite a number of us. And obviously, I represent FAO here, and I'm taking back this message to the representative of FAO in Nigeria, who mandated me to give a report as soon as I'm back. So I'm going to clearly state all that happened here. But I think the first step, as a next step, should be to sort of create an expert network to bring all those who have research with bats to come together. And then there could be virtual meetings that maybe could be monthly or quarterly. It depends on what we have, just to rub minds together. And also, if this kind of activity is going to happen again, of course, the expert network will come together to organize this meeting. And of course, once you have an expert network, you start thinking of conferences, bringing larger people together to present what they are doing. I think that's just the first key thing that should be part of the take home from here. And then the second thing is about upscaling all of these presentations. They have been amazing, wonderful ideas that we've seen in all of the researches that have been done, especially with the community engagement, which is quite key, where I think FAO is going to come in more, especially around risk communication. So this community engagement is quite key, and we'll look at how to upscale it to different groups, not just school children, but also market women, those who artisans, and all categories of people in the community, to create more awareness, and not just creating awareness, to also measure the impact of this awareness in the communities, which is quite key. Then the third thing I want to say is FAO is open to collaborate and to partner. And most importantly, we look at things with the lens of One Health. So while we are discussing that, we're bringing in the human health, we're bringing in the environmental health, we're also bringing in the animal health, and most importantly, the plant health, which is usually missing most of the time. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Are you happy now?
I'm really happy we have FAO
and you know his name?
on board.
You know his name?
No, but I need to find out.
Solomon, the wisest king that ever ruled.
Exactly.
So you see that it's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that Statis has ended up being my uncle. Thank you very much, Statis. At this point, do you have anything else to say? Otherwise, I'll call the representative of Professor Oniye to come and give the closing remark. But I think you should say something.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining today. This is indeed fantastic. We could have a bigger crowd, but I think it's better this way. I think it was great attendance. I'm sure there's more people attending from home. Hopefully, we'll repeat that sometime in the future. So I'm looking forward to collaborate with each one of you. Thank you, the Rangers. This is amazing. Thank you, everyone, actually. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Statis. Please, can I have Dr. Oniye come forward? We were supposed to have Professor S.O. Oniye of the National Open University, Nigeria, give us the closing remark. In his absence, we have his daughter, Dr. Stephanie Adeshawa Oniye, to give us a closing remark. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure by now we are all batified. Like Dr. Grace said, my name is Dr. Adeshawa Stephanie Oniye from the University of Abuja, and also a member of the War Against Rabies Foundation. And I have been mandated by Professor Sonny Oniye to, give his closing remark and vote of thanks. Who he's unavoidably absent, and he expresses his regards and also wishes to thank the organizers of this pivotal symposium. So permit me to read his remarks. the convergence of esteemed experts to address issues of the nexus of zoonosis, public health, and bat conservation strategies is both timely and commendable. And he must express profound gratitude to all who contributed to his success. So our keynote speakers and session presenters, your insightful contributions have enlightened and challenged us to rethink our approaches to public health, zoonotic control, and conservation. We appreciate your time and expertise. Your presence has significantly enhanced this occasion. To every participant, thank you for your active engagement and curiosities. Let us leverage the momentum of today's symposium to drive meaningful change in our respective spheres of influence, whether it be research, advocacy, practice, or policy. While reflecting on today's theme, I'm sure we have all reconsidered how we view bats. We have learned that beyond their ecological role in pest control, they play a vital part in pollinating trees that produces fruits, shea butter, and locust beans, which is the dawa, which are resources that are not only culturally significant, but economically valuable. Protecting bats are in many ways protecting livelihoods. As we depart, I encourage us to continue fostering connections and ideas that can transform challenges into opportunities for a healthier and safer world. Thank you once again, and safe travels to your destinations.
Yay! Thank you, Dr. Onye, for presenting, Professor Onye, and giving us a closing remark. But before we go, please, I think I made a mistake. He's a dean of postgraduate school of NOUN, that's Nigeria, National Open University, Nigeria, right? And he's a biologist. He has supervised lots of work in birds, bats, he's a famous biologist. So before we go, there is a very special function that needs to be done. And I invite Dr. Veronica upstage. And I invite Dr. Philomena Akombo Iketo upstage. I invite Dr. Terongwa Iketo upstage. They have a gift to present to our August visitor in June. Status. So can we have the camera guys come forward? And guys, remember, you received a t-shirt gift, right? From the SmartCon. So help us thank them for that. Okay. Iroro is interrupting Status from coming to the front. Thank you, Iroro, for permitting him to come.
Good evening, everyone, again. We're very happy to have Dr. Ephostatis Joitis among us. We feel he's part of us now. We've been talking for quite a while, over almost 2 years now we've been communicating. So we feel he's part of us and he loves our Nigerian food. So we want to make him feel at home, make him feel like a Nigerian, and make him feel like someone from Benue State.
Right.
So
it starts from Benue.
Adorn him with the Benue attire.
Oh wow!
So that
can we put our hands together for the Justin Benue guys
and tell
the
people in UK how beautiful we dress in Nigeria.
Oh wow!
So Dr. Terongwa Iketo will help you put this on. You can just put it on in your shirt. Yes.
Will it be complete without giving him a Benue name?
Yes, we have to find a Tiv name for him.
You have to.
Dr. Iketo.
Tiv, Idoma.
Name.
Not only Tivo, Idoma too.
Yes, Idoma.
Which other one? We don't want bias here. Igede.
Got a heart. A pretty heart.
If you are from any of those, start thinking of names. So it's going to carry 3 names. Madam Doka, representative. Which one? As they're addressing him, which one? Is it Tiv Idoma?
Yes. This is the traditional Tiv attire.
Wow.
All the way from Benue State.
Wow.
So you can wear this and feel proud, like a proud Nigerian. It doesn't matter.
That's what she has a Tiv name for him.
Oh, you have a Tiv name for him?
Yes, I do.
So we're going to give him Tena, which means God has given us.
Oh, so
Tena,
Dr.
you have been delivered to Nigeria.
Tena.
Oh yeah, Idoma,
Jointis.
Idoma, or Igede. Yeah, Idoma. Come over, Dixon.
Dixon is Idoma. All right.
Oh, you have. Oh yes. No, keep the Idoma. No, somebody has the Idoma name now. Dixon has.
Yes, Dr. Dixon.
You guys are giving the gift. Let's the people give.
Okay, yeah, I will call him Oche, which means king. Oche.
Oche.
Which means
Oche
king.
means king.
King.
Yes.
So God has given king.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
God has given us king.
Igede. I cannot say no to my ranger. Oh. He said from Orobo. But he didn't bring outfit for Orobo now. Oh, he was not aware.
My good sister is always at her with you.
Okay.
So you must respect her.
Okay.
So she's an iron lady.
Oh, is that Iroro?
Yes, sir.
Ah.
So,
on behalf
come
of
and take us
Sbacon,
beautiful picture.
Oga wants to give Urobo name.
Amovie. The meaning of Amovie, that is the son of a king.
So the king, now
You have
the son
become
of the
royalty.
king,
So you tell them you're a
has been
Nigerian
given to
prince.
us. Oh yeah.
You go back and tell them
Igede,
you
where are
have
you?
become a Nigerian
Benue
prince.
guys.
You don't have any
We don't-
Igede
we
here.
don't have-
I think the Idoma active it's okay.
And the Urobo have,
Urobo.
have concluded it. So
You are Tena, Oche, Omovie, Ephostatis, Jointis.
all right, thank you so much. Chodongwa, you want to say something?
Yes. For starters who doesn't know the name of this cloth, this is called the Ange, Tiv language. Spells as anger, but it's pronounced Ange in Tiv language. This is more like zebra stripes. It's derived, the design is derived from zebra stripes. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Satis, do you want to see how wonderful you look? Just turn around. Turn around. Look at that. Look
So
at that.
pretty.
Just look at that. You see how fine you look?
I'm ready to go to the
Okay. So, guys, thank you so much for your time. You guys have been awesome. Many have left, but thank you for staying back. I hope you all got your tea breaks. Yeah. Make sure you take water, some sweets along. Okay, take some water, some sweets along. Okay, yeah, just feel free. If you need something, just walk and ask. At least you guys have stayed to the end. You should reap the fruit thereof. Oh, my people.
From opening prayer.
You guys are well represented. You are representing the Rangers excellently. Can we go to the
Another photo.
another carpet? What do they call the red carpet?
Red
The blue carpet.
So that we do another photo.
Yeah.
Onion.
I don't even know where I left my phone. Where did I leave my phone?
Your phone is there.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So now you have a pretty heart.
Logistics support, guys. Let's stay back so that we can help with the chairs.
Snap us. They will call somebody to snap with the stage.
So no closing prayer. That's all. I don't know how we're gonna do it.